những tiến bộ trong lĩnh vực PKI và các khuôn khổ tin cậy. Thay mặt ban tổ chức, tôi xin trân trọng cảm ơn và gửi đến toàn thể quý vị đại biểu, quý vị khách quý lời chúc sức khỏe, thành công và hạnh phúc. Kính thưa quý vị đại biểu, các vị khách quý, được sự đồng ý của lãnh đạo Bộ Thông tin và Truyền thông, căn cứ theo đề xuất của Ban Thư ký Hiệp hội Hạ tầng khóa công khai châu Á, hôm nay ngày 18 tháng 10 năm 2024, Trung tâm Chứng thực điện tử quốc gia Bộ Thông tin và Truyền thông phối hợp với Hiệp hội Hạ tầng khóa công khai châu Á đồng tổ chức diễn đàn quốc tế về hạ tầng khóa công khai PKI lần này. Đây là cơ hội quý báu để chúng ta cùng thảo luận về những tiến bộ mới trong lĩnh vực PKI và các khuôn khổ tin cậy, từ đó góp phần vào việc phát triển giao dịch điện tử an toàn, bền vững tại Việt Nam và khu vực. Tham dự hội nghị này, ngày hôm nay, ban tổ chức rất vinh hạnh được đón tiếp và xin giới thiệu sự hiện diện của quý vị đại biểu khách quý. Về phía Hiệp hội Hạ tầng khóa công khai châu Á, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Venkatraman Srinivasan, Chủ tịch Hiệp hội.
Of the consortium. Please welcome Mr. Vijay Kumar Manjunatha, Secretary General of the consortium. Welcome from NEAC, Madam Tô Thị Thu Hương, Director of General National Electronic Authentication Center. And please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Trung Tiến, Deputy Director of the Department of Information and Communications. From the VNDC, please welcome, and also representing the trust service providers, please welcome Mr. Phùng Huy Tâm, Chairman of the club. From the Lao International Internet Center, please welcome Mr. Samsongyang Suvarnavong, Deputy Director General of the center. Please welcome the international speakers, Madam Jennifer B. Kellis, Representative for Information Technology of Philippines. Please welcome Mr. Steven Hoof, Chair of the Industry Advisory Board, ICC DSI Germany. Please welcome Mr. Campbell Coley, Head of Policy and Standards, Regulatory Affairs, IPROF, United Kingdoms. Please welcome Mr. Jin Won Shin, Director of Deloitte, South Korea. Please welcome Mr. Carlton Tan from Nexus Group, Singapore, Technical Account Manager. Please welcome Mr. Biju Verghese, Executive Vice President of Emira, India. Also joining us today, we have the team members of APKIC and international experts from PKI in the regional level, and also representatives from businesses and trust service providers, representatives of MIC subordinates, representatives from Cypher Department of Ministry of Public Security, also representatives from e-commerce platforms and banks. Please give us a big applause. And now I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Manjunatha to the stage to deliver the opening remarks and introduce the agenda of today's forum. Please welcome.
Elrigu Namaskara. Good morning. Welcome to this International Symposium of Asia PK Consortium. Thanks to the host NEAC and MIC team from Government of Vietnam for hosting this wonderful event here in Halong, Vietnam. So we have a wonderful day today, and we have series of sessions coming up as per the agenda, and we have versatile speakers joining us from around the world. may I quickly introduce our consortium, because the consortium has been there for now more than 2 decades and has been active in the region to support various digital advancements, mainly around digital trust and public key infrastructure. So the primary agenda of the consortium has been to building trusted ecosystem and moving towards mutual recognition, because interoperability is a big challenge, and that's where electronic transactions should get into mutual recognition between the countries, and that's where Asia Consortium is anchoring this kind of platform to bring the members together, the industry experts together, and have a lot of thought sharing and moving forward towards mutual recognition. To quickly introduce Asia PKI Consortium, this has been set up between a few countries in the year 2001 and eventually expanded with many countries joining hands together. Today we have 12 plus member countries, and we have more interest coming from more than 8 to 10 countries in the region. And we also have active cooperation from non-Asian region as well, including Europe as well as African region. The idea has been securing electronic transactions in the Asian countries. So this has been the primary agenda of the consortium. Popularization of PKI and public key cryptography technology, because that has been a challenge, because you see several electronic transactions, but behind the scene there will be PKI to build trust in that particular transaction. So that is an invisible player. So our idea is to bring emphasis to this public key technology, which plays a very crucial role in electronic transactions. So we have very strong representations from governments as well as private enterprises. We have several governments in the region joining hands with us, as well as a lot of private enterprises. Private enterprises, when I say, there are certifying authorities or what we call trust service providers. We do have solution providers who build solutions for this technology. We also have consultants, auditors joining us in several forums. So this has been a versatile group of members joining Asia PKI Consortium. As I mentioned, there are 12 plus country or economy memberships in our consortium. We have registered office in Hong Kong for the purpose of legal entity activities. The major objective has been securing electronic transactions. When I say securing electronic transactions, adoption, awareness, interoperability, and moving towards mutual recognition. This has been the major objective. That's where we bring the countries together to this agenda. As we see, as I mentioned, Asia PKI Consortium is an organization set up towards adoption of this technology. The objective is to promote interoperability among PKIs in the countries, in the region, what is mentioned in our memorandum. The consortium has 3 major working groups. We have business application working group, we have technology and standards working group, and we have legal and policy working group. These 3 play very crucial role in adoption of any technology, right? So we need the business use cases coming together, we need the legal and policy framework to be there, and it should be backed by the technology and standards in any system. So we have 3 working groups. The chair and vice chairs of the consortiums are elected by its members and is currently chaired by Mr. Venkatraman Srinivasan from India, along with the vice chairs from the region. The governing council holds annual and special meetings, including steering committees and general assemblies. So we have 2 meetings every year done in various parts of the world, usually in member countries, or sometimes we also opt for new areas where we have member interests. So if you see the Asian map, we have very strong presence across. The green are like the member region, and we have very active conversation in the blue flagged regions here. So all across the Asia, we have a very good presence. And recently we had conversations even with Russian Federation. We have 2 member interests. We are continuing the discussions. So in that way, the presence has been across the Asian region here. These are some of the key members, what I put in the slide. As I said, there are governments, there are private organizations, there are like, global certifying authorities joining us. We have different regional regulators, we have local forums joining us. So all across the region, we have a very strong representation. As I mentioned, we have 3 working groups: business application, legal and policy, and technology and standards. We have Ms. Karen Chang, who chairs business application working group from Taiwan. We have legal and policy working group chaired by Mr. Gordon Setu from Hong Kong. And we have technology and standards working group chaired by Vijay Kumar, India. As I said, business working group works on the objectives defined under the program what we have, and they continuously work on doing research, study on the topics, and bring it to the members. So very active works being done, and this works would be presented in the half-yearly meetings what we hold. As I said, we don't limit the activity just to Asian region. We work with global groups. We have active engagements with EU region. We have with Arab African region, as well as we have liaison with African region. We have active MOUs with these regions. Not only this, we try to work with more and more organizations. We don't limit our activities just to Asia, but we also spread across the region. There are several key activities, just to bring it up on the screen. So there are several activities what we do, all done by our working groups. These are few activities what we have conducted over past few years. I am bringing it here. Several activities are published works in our website, but also some are available for members. So this is accessible, and if you are a member, please feel free to contact to join this activity. I've also included some of the anticipated works here, what we try to do, because there are several activities what members have proposed, and that I have put here as a important activity what we may have to carry on. As I said, moving towards mutual recognition is an important goal, and we work with a focus of 6 pillars. So that is the 6 pillars what is written here. Legal and policy benchmarking is very important when we talk of mutual recognition. Trust service provider ecosystem building is also very much required, because there should be a licensing program, there should be private and public participation in having certifying authorities. Then third is application providers and user maturity, because we need the accepting applications, right? So e-governance application, banking application. So these application providers has to accept the secure digital transaction, and that's where we have the third pillar. Fourth is assurance of identity vetting and key protection, because this plays a very important role in mutual recognition, because if a country does not give enough assurance of the identity, then it is tough for other country to believe that subject. And then compliance benchmarking. Most of the countries have their own compliance systems, but WebTrust, HC are the global followed standards, and we always try to benchmark with those standards, and there may be custom implementation, but we benchmark with these standards. Then building technical interoperability. This is also very important. Based on the standards, we should have technical interoperability. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Wish you all a wonderful day, and we have a lot of speakers to follow with wonderful session. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Manjunath. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Srinavasan, Chairman of Asia PKI Consortium, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome.
Welcome all of you to this symposium on advancement in PKI and trust framework, and thank the Ministry of Electronic and Communication in Vietnam for making this wonderful arrangement for this two-day event. I would like to thank all of them for that. So with that, I will give a brief introduction of what is happening in the PKI, and then why PKI is becoming more and more important. And then based on that keynote, there are a lot of speakers who will speak on various subjects relating to the PKI. If you see now the digital communication and digital transformation and digital transactions are on the increase around the world. So every country adoption of digitalization is increasing, and then everything is being used through the internet and all that. So with the result, the society is getting more and more integrated digitally. And for the integrated digital society, the trust and safety, interoperability, all these things have become very essential. So without those, the integrated digital society cannot function. And that is where the PKI is the base technology and the core technology which can provide that safety for the online transactions, non-repudiability, and also the trust anchor system and everything for this international digital society. So for the international digital society, PKI is becoming very important. And PKI also has a legal basis because it has come from the model, UN model law on electronic transaction, and almost every country in the world has adopted that UN model law. Based on that model law, the PKI based infrastructure, everything is built up, so it has the legal sanctity also. And in every country there is a legal sanctity. And in India also there is an Information Technology Act which provides the legal sanctity for the PKI based transaction, and in several other countries, Electronic Transaction Act provide the legal basis. So this is a fundamental. So this is where the need, and then again the importance of identity is becoming very important. Identity of the person, identity of any of the devices, then the identity of the websites. Because if the identity is not found properly, then there can be a lot of mistakes in the transaction, lot of fraudulent transaction can happen. So identity is one of the critical thing, and day by day the criticality of the identity is improving. If you see last 20-25 years, everywhere the identity is required. The second thing is the authentication of the transaction. Authentication of transaction done by a person, transaction started by an instrument, or transaction done through a website. So identity and authentication combination is what is provided by the PKI technology. So that's where the PKI technology is very important. So PKI is essential for establishing secure digital communication, enabling trust in online transaction, and protecting sensitive information. So all these, one is ensuring secure digital communication, then trust in online transaction, and protecting sensitive information. So all these can be done only by using the PKI technology. Then coming to the newer technologies, what are the newer technology? The blockchain technology, the quantum computing, the artificial intelligence, AI technology, everything is transforming the technology landscape. So when they transform the technology landscape, the PKI landscape also has to be correspondingly transformed so that it cope up with the newer and newer technology. Otherwise, if the PKI is the same RSA 2048-bit algorithm and the new quantum computing can attack it, then the PKI will become useless or purposeless. So that's why the quantum-based PKI has to be developed, and all these are there. So this is another thing, the emerging technology is providing both a threat as well as an opportunity for the PKI players. So it's a threat for PKI player as well as an opportunity. Then the other thing is gradually the regulatory systems are getting more and more perfected, because the data protection, data privacy is becoming more and more important. So GDPR has come, and now every country is adopting a data protection initiative. And the data protection again can be done by ability to encrypt and decrypt, analysis of the encrypted data and so on. So here again the PKI plays a very key role. So this is where staying ahead of regulatory and compliance trend is crucial for organizations looking to implement effective PKI solution. The other thing is the cross-border interoperability and cross-border trust. So even for the cross-border trust and interoperability, the PKI is very essential, the framework is very essential, that it has to be on a uniform framework across the world, which is what lot of groups are trying. Some interoperability agreement has been signed, lot of discussions are going on. Over next 5 to 10 years, lot more interoperability schema will be developed and agreements will be signed. So this is another important thing. Then the establishing if interoperability has to be done, again it has to be based on common standards. So evolution of common standards is also taking place. So around the common standards, how do we evolve the trust, how do we evolve the interoperability, and then how do we marry all this so that the entire world can be a integrated digital society. So that is the objective. In that direction, the PKI is going on. So there are more and more developments in PKI. So though sometime back, 15-20 years back, using PKI was very difficult, today it has become very easy. So online you can use PKI, mobile PKI has come, remote PKI has come, so everything in SaaS model also PKI is available. So with that, a lot more developments are possible, lot more use cases are possible. So everything is happening. So that is how the PKI has developed. So with this, the future of PKI is very bright, and the people associated with PKI like us, we have a good future for implementing various solutions and all these things, and various use cases for the common public, so that we can achieve the vision of integrated digital society. So the future of PKI will be characterized by automation, AI integration, and the development of quantum resistant algorithms, which is very important, making it more resilient to emerging threats. By prioritizing user-centric security, main thing is everything should be user-centric, and user convenience should be the high priority, and continuous improvement, we can adapt to changing digital landscape. So that's why the PKI continues to have immense potential to secure integrated digital society. So today the topic, it is divided into various topics. One is on policy and legal frameworks. On policy 3 and legal framework, 3 speakers are talking on that subject. Then the other thing is the technology and standards. On that there are 4 speakers who are going to talk about the technology and standards. And then on the use cases, again there are 4 speakers, and there is and every topic will have a panel discussion, and the panel is going to get moderated. So that way, I think this will be a very fruitful discussion for the whole day, and and also the speakers are from various parts of the world, so they will provide different experiences what they have. So with that, I think it will be a very good chance to listen to all of that, and very good knowledge gathering session for the whole day today. With that, I would like to again thank all of you for attending this session, and then making it a really valuable session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srinivasan, for your opening remarks for our forum today. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Madam Tô Thị Thu Hương, Director of NEAC, to give a few remarks. Please welcome. Mr. Srinivasan, Chairman of Asia PKI Consortium, Mr. Manjunatha, Secretary General Consortium, international experts and representatives from businesses around the globe, also international domestic speakers, distinguished guests. First and foremost, I'd like to represent our MIC and NEAC to welcome you all to our forum today. On the theme Securing the Digital Future, Advancement in PKI and Trust Frameworks, an annual conference held with the presence of the administrators and leading experts in the field. Our NEAC is the unit under the MIC, and we are very honored to become a new member of Asia PKI Consortium. And we are also very honored to be trusted and given the opportunity to organize today's event. And this is the precious opportunity to explore the initiatives in applying PKI, securing the digital electronic transactions. Our theme today is Securing the Digital Future, Advancement in PKI and Trust Frameworks. And this theme also reflects the importance of a healthy, inclusive PKI infrastructure, and also a chance for the businesses, citizens, and the governments to apply new technologies in a secure manner. Distinguished guests, during the few years, MIC has been making constant efforts to improve the legal standards, to improve the infrastructure of PKI, to serve the electronic transactions in the context of constantly evolving economy, and this helps to improve the data security and also ensure the security for banking services and also other administrative services. And with the cooperation from international and domestic players, we have been given access to the expertise of other countries to build a PKI infrastructure for Vietnam to meet our demands. And through these kind of activities, we can we can affirm our positions in the global map. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important applications of PKI is the digital signature in Vietnam, which is very important part of the digital infrastructure. We are making real efforts to move this to a new level, and we are trying to popularize the digital signature in Vietnam, and at the moment 100% of our businesses have registered their digital signature, and by 2025 we aim to popularize digital signature to 50% of population, and this is a great challenge for us. And we target the essential services in the medical healthcare sector, in the insurance sector, and we have been making a lot of legal framework innovations and revisions to develop the trust services. And we know that this is a very tough journey, so we have been constantly learning from international experts, and we have been making efforts to build the applications to popularize the digital signature to our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Chairman and Mr. General Secretary mentioned, in today's forum, we focus on the strategic direction to create a sustainable and secure infrastructure in the region and in Vietnam, and hope that you will, the international speakers here, will take this opportunity to share your experience and discuss and learn from other countries and partners as being the members of Asia PKI Consortium, and also believe that with the presence of our administrators and experts, we shall explore the solutions to promote the development of PKI infrastructure in the region and in Vietnam. And with that spirit, I would like to declare the opening of our forum today. And on behalf of the MIC, I would like to thank the chairman and also the board, management board of Asia PKI Consortium for selecting Vietnam as the venue for our forum in this year. And thank you for trusting NEAC as the host unit for our event today. And thank you, the distinguished guests, international and domestic experts, for spending your time and being present in the beautiful Ha Long City today. And I wish you all health and success. Thank you very much, and wish our event great success. Tô Thị Thu Hương, Director of NEAC. And now we'll come to a group photo session. I'd like to invite the representatives and leaders to come to the stage for a group photo session. Thank you. session 1 shall begin shortly. Please move to our venue so we can begin. Thưa quý vị, phiên thảo luận tiếp theo chúng ta xin tiếp tục bắt đầu. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's forum, we will have some specialized sessions on advancements in PKI and trust framework in different countries and territories, and helping building a sustainable and trustworthy ecosystem. Our session 1 is themed policy and legal framework. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Ms. Jennifer Canlas, representative from Information Technology Government of Philippines. Please welcome to the stage.
Morning, everyone. Okay. On behalf of Engineer Jose Carlos P. Reyes, our Director for Cybersecurity Bureau, who is unable to attend today because of the ongoing Cybersecurity Month activities in our country, I am pleased to provide a comprehensive overview of the Philippine National Public Infrastructure's humble beginnings and its gradual and steady implementation of PNPKI within the government sector. Okay, so PNPKI started way back in 2013, but it was only in 2018 wherein a dedicated team was created to manage and operate the Philippine National Public Infrastructure Certificate Authorities, its issuing CAs, as well as Registration Authority Management. It is one of the core services being offered by the Department of Information and Communications Technology, and we issue digital certificates for document signing and email signing and encryption to government agencies, government personnel, private individuals with transaction with the government, and even to government computers, servers, and machines. Okay, so just a brief history of the PNPKI. PNPKI originates from Republic Act 8792, or the E-Commerce Act of 2000. This law aims to promote electronic commerce by recognizing and validating electronic transactions and documents. This law has played a significant role in promoting electronic commerce in the country and providing a legal framework for online transactions. And then 9 years after, PNPKI was born through Executive Order 810 series of 2009. This provided the recognition of electronic and digital signatures. It encourages government agencies to use digital signatures in their electronic transactions. It specifically says that all government agencies and instrumentalities providing e-government services shall require the use of digital signatures in their respective transactions. On the next slide, you can see here the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. So this act was enacted to improve the efficiency and transparency of government services, to reduce red tape, and promote economic growth. So overall, RA 11032 aims to make it easier and more efficient for businesses and individuals to interact with the government. We also have here Commission on Audit Circular 2021-006, and it provided the guidance on the use of electronic documents, electronic signatures, and digital signatures. It aims to modernize government transactions and processes by allowing the use of electronic documents and signature while ensuring integrity, security, and legal admissibility. This circular becomes one of the reasons why more and more government agencies are availing PNPKI digital certificates. Okay, so these are the PNPKI subscribers. These are the numbers of PNPKI subscribers from 2019 to 2024. So as you can see, we're starting very small. So in 2020, the numbers tripled from 2,000 plus. In 2020, we were able to register 6,000 plus subscribers, and this was tripled due to the use or the need of digital signatures during the pandemic. Officials use PNPKI digital certificates to sign important documents during the quarantine. And you will notice that in 2021 and 2022, there is a surge of applications. So from 6,000 plus, it became 225 in 2021. And 211 in 2022. This was because of the national and local elections, which I will be presenting later on. So all this improvement when it comes to PNPKI subscribers is a result of continuous training and orientation to national government agencies, local government units, including state universities and colleges, and even government-owned and controlled corporations. So these agencies here are using PNPKI digital certificates for internal use first. So please know that these agencies here on your screen utilizes PNPKI within their internal systems and processes. And it's important to note that right now, the current focus is more on internal transactions. But we at PNPKI team looks forward to the full implementation of PNPKI in interagency transactions and e-government service applications. So these are just simple use cases, and please take note that these use cases are not in a national level. This is more on internal implementations of PNPKI within the agencies. So one is in the local government units. We take note of the use of PNPKI in the City Archives and Records Office of an LGU in Davao, with integrated in their electronic city records management system. Another is the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the city government of the PTAN back in the country also recognizes the PNPKI for a significant role in enabling the PTAN city's electronic business one-stop shop, or EBOS. So they are also using HRMIS, or the Human Resource Management Information System, to implement PNPKI, but these LGUs mark a significant milestone in promoting digital transparency, security, and efficiency in public service delivery. On a national level, the first one is the Government Procurement Policy Board released a resolution which allows the use of digital signature in procurement-related documents. And the second one is the Anti-Red Tape Authority has directed government agencies, specifically the officials and personnel, to avail of and recognize the use of PNPKI digital certificates in signing official documents, licenses, and permits. Another one is from the Securities and Exchange Commission, wherein they require the broker, dealers, and securities to submit their risk-based capital adequacy reports online. So this is to ensure that the process is streamlined and that to reduce risk of errors. And of course, we at the DICT also utilizes the Human Resources Management Information System. So the PNPKI is integrated into the system for easier access of employees and personnel. Okay, as mentioned earlier, there was a surge of applications from 2021 to 2022, and that is because of the election. So the commission election requested the ICT to issue digital certificates to a total of 300,000 personnel of Department of Education nationwide. So these 300,000 teaching and non-teaching personnel served as electoral boards and board of canvassers for the national and local elections. So their primary purpose is to digitally sign election returns generated by vote counting machines. So what's our support? What support are we getting from the government? On February 2024, our current president approved the National Cybersecurity Plan 2023-2028. So the plan aims to provide the Philippines with the policy direction and operational guidelines to build its cybersecurity capabilities and to ensure cyber-safe population. It aims to create a trusted, secure, and resilient cyberspace for all Filipinos through proactive protection and security in cyberspace, increase cybersecurity workforce capabilities, and strengthen cybersecurity policy framework. And one of the strategies or action items under the outcome number 3 is to establish policies, guidelines, and procedures for the use of trusted and secure crypto primitives, elements, and protocol. So NCSP, or the National Cybersecurity Plan, can significantly accelerate the adoption of digital certificates by strengthening trust and confidence, promoting e-government services, enhancing cybersecurity awareness, and raising awareness and education. So what are we looking forward to? So here are some key trends and developments that are likely to shape the future of PNPKI. First is increased adoption. PNPKI is anticipating the growth in demand for secure and reliable digital signatures and authentication. This will drive increased adoption of the PNPKI. Next is expanded use cases. The PNPKI is currently used for internal transactions and internal services. However, it is our goal to support a wider range of use cases such as e-commerce, banking, and healthcare. The next is enhanced security. This may involve implementing new security protocols, upgrading infrastructure, and training personnel. The next one is integration with other systems. The PNPKI will support integration with other government systems. This will make it easier for citizens and businesses to access government services online. And of course, the reason why we're here, international cooperation. PNPKI will collaborate with organizations such as Asia PKI Consortium and other countries to develop standards and best practices for PKI. This will help to ensure that the PKI is interoperable with other national PKI systems. So overall, I can say that the future of PKI looks bright. As we continue to modernize and develop, the PNPKI will play an increasingly important role in securing and facilitating digital transactions in the Philippines. So actually, that ends my short presentation. On behalf of the DICT Cybersecurity Bureau and PNPKI team, thank you, Asia PKI Consortium, for the kind invitation to participate in this event. And we eagerly anticipate becoming a member of this esteemed consortium, and we are enthusiastic about the opportunity to learn more, to learn from and adopt best practices from the members. So we're very grateful, and thank you so much for all the attention and time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Jennifer B. Kellis. And now, I would like to invite to stage Mr. Lê Nam Han, representative from NEAC and the MAC, to present a speech on building digital Vietnam, supporting the trust ecosystem. Xin kính chào
I'm
quý
Lê
vị.
Nam Han from National Electronic Authentication Center, and today I will talk about the Digital Vietnam powered by third ecosystem. So, my presentation will have 4 parts: the third definition, the third establishment, and in digital world, what is trust, and how we Vietnam is powered by trust. First of all, the definition, trust. Trust is to believe that someone is good and honest and will not harm you, or that something is safe and reliable. So it's a dictionary definition. But why is it important? Because the trust have 3, so according to Frances Frey and Anna Morris on 2020, the core driver of trust are authenticity. The authenticity is the quality of being real or true. Secondly, the logic, the reasoning, and judgment. It's based on thinking, so it's based on logic. And the third is empathy, the belief and faith and feeling based. So basically, we have 3 parts. The first part is authentication. The second part is logic, and the third part is feeling. Sometimes you trust some people because you are feeling that they have the authentication. So in crime society, if you are not trusted, you're dead. But actually, it's, in the digital world, it's not actually losing your life, it's losing your business. So if you are losing your trust in your customer, that means you are losing your business and you are losing money. So how can we establish the trust in society? First of all, we need to exchanging information that is true. So the information that we exchange to other people needs to be clean and that is proven true. And the verifiers is needed everywhere. So sometimes when we meet other people, you need someone, you need the third parties to verify that the person is very true and very honest to conduct the business. The second of all, that you need the clear communication, not only verbal, but also body language. So if you have the information that is true, but you don't have clear communication, it can be wrong, and you cannot establish the trust. So in the digital world, the anonymity is very crucial. We can be anyone. I can be nobody. I can be a llama. So, but who will conduct business with llama? No one, right? Because no one can trust a llama. Llama had no ability of thinking. And also on digital world, identity is private information, so you cannot share it with other people. You cannot share your phone number, your address, or maybe you can find your location and harm you in the way that you can't even imagine. On the internet, it's zero trust environment, so people have to verify the information constantly. So it's hard to do business a few years back, and the need of automation is very high. We need a process of verify the information that we receive on the internet constantly. So digital certificate is like a name card, but it's not a normal name card. It's verified by a trusted organization, a certification authority. So the authority is the organization that verifies that you are true, your information is true, and you can join the some of the business community to conduct the business. About Vietnam, how is a developing country, especially in e-commerce. The digital platform are growing with fast pace, so you can see that we have some of you that know some of the platform here. The Shopee, Lazada is a top platform in e-commerce in Vietnam. our people are selling and buying online digital platform are becoming daily basis. So we are the young population. We have the young population. We have the easier to connect to the technology and the modern technology. But when you are conducting business on the digital platform, on the internet, you need a mechanism to resolving the complaint and resolving dispute between customer and provider. And we need a way to establish trust in electronic environment. So we choose the PKI, because as I said, that PKI is like a name card, and it's name card that is verified. So the verified information is true, using and believe in that information. Current situation of active digital certificate in Vietnam is after 10 years of our work, of our center work, the number is humble. It's very humble. We currently have only 6 million currently active for the enterprise. And for the individual, we only have 4 million currently active. So it's very humble to compare to the potential of the field. Our primary concern is as follows: policy making, standard forming, and infrastructure building and application developing. For policy, electronic transaction law of Vietnam took effect from June 1st, 2024, introduced 3 trusted service, just like in EADAS in European. So we have 3 trusted service. 2 of them is new, is the trusted timestamp and the electronic message delivery. So the e-delivery is very new in Vietnam. A few years back, we only have digital signature to sign some document to do business based on the paperwork. And we also have the degree of electronic signature, and the trust service follows. Standard, we have a lab project that we complete this year for evaluating standard of equipment that using in trust service. Is some kind of, it's like a smart card, it's like a phone, it's like a HSM, all of that. So also we have complied our standard with some very famous standard that you can see here is ADAS and FIPS and common criteria. For the infrastructure, we have created the digital signature signing hub to promote Tier 4 public services, to bring the public service 100% online. So we don't have to do the paperwork directly to the public servant. Also, we have some new rule system for new trust service. So you know that we have like 2 new service, trusted timestamp and the e-delivery message. So we have new rule system for those trust service. And also we are building some platform to connect system using the trust service. Of the application, we are thriving in public service first, because as you know that Vietnam is going through the administration reforms. So we really need that to bring the paperwork on digital, on the internet, for people to conduct the business on the internet, instead of going directly to the government bodies to sign some papers or doing some paperwork. Also, we have some we have some application in other fields, like in education. We have lesson plans, we have subject registration, faculty and student management. And the electronic transcription, the degree, the certificate of the student also bring online. So we have e-forms. We produce the e-form and we sign on that e-form to the health document and medical record and electronic prescription also bring online on the internet. So our people don't need to do the business directly with the government body. So they can sit at home and connect to the internet and do the paperwork online. Banking and security of financial sector, we are trying to do that because the banking is related to money and money is very sensitive and very security of a few, because when you're losing your money, you're losing your mind. So banking and security of financial sector is very sensitive field, so we are trying to go into that sector. Also, about the online payment and electronic wallet. So in digital world, we tend to digitalize everything. Like I said, that in digital certificate is a name card, but it's an electronic name card. So we have the way to digitalize everything, like we can digitalize our bank card, our identity card, and also our wallet. That's e-wallet. So that's our targets on the future. The tax degradation from fueling, we have some immense number here. So 99% of company in Vietnam is using digital signature in electronic truck filling. 9 million transactions of electronic truck filling for the fuels, and 99% company using electronic truck to submit the truck to government bodies. And also we have some 2 million of transactions of truck submitted. About the custom border control. So we have 200,000 company till this day in 2023, and 15 million form filling to do the custom border, the custom declaration. In social insurance, the number is also a little humble. So we have like 700,000 counted to quarter second of 2024, and in quarter 2 of 2024 we have received like 3 million of form, and 99% of them are signed by digital signature. So the ratio is approximately 90%. So our next step is submit to the government the decree regulating the electronic signature and trust service. And also we will draft some circular with detailed instruction for the implementation of the law and the decree follows. About the technology, we also upgrade and build a new root system to meet the international standards. And we also developed some set of technical audit criteria applicable in Vietnam. So, and in digital signature service application, we also have to build some portal to connect the digital signature service to all the CAs, and it working at a signing hubs to promote the use of remote signing through online activities such as shopping payment. But shopping payment is the future story. Right now we only focus on public service. We also organize some media activities to promote the use of digital signature and trust service, and we join some forum, just like APKIC, to learn from the international friends. And we actively participate in the activities of international organizations And also we tend to do some bilateral cooperation, like cross-border. And we want to do the cross certificate in the future with other countries. So that's we need to learn from the country what we need and what they need to conduct the mutual agreement between two countries. And that's pretty much everything. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenam Han, for your presentation. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Stephen Hoof, Chairman of Advisory Board of ICC, DSI, to present the cross-border trust in trade, addressing the challenges and solutions for establishing and maintaining trust across different countries and jurisdictions. Xin cảm ơn quý vị, xin cảm ơn phía ban tổ chức, phía NEAC thuộc Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông đã mời tôi tham dự sự kiện ngày hôm nay. Tôi vô cùng vinh dự có mặt để chia sẻ.
Trust in trade, a very important aspect. All companies in the world want to sell products and they want to get their money back from that. And how can we digitalize that? The International Chamber of Commerce is the official representative of like 45 million companies around the world. They represent the real economy, and as many of the aspects that we're discussing, there are reform works, also mitigation arbitration works to help people to come together to trade and to facilitate that. The lack of digitalization on a global scale led to the idea of creating a digital standards initiative from all around the world to help the industry to come to common standards and common ground when it comes to digitalization. The Digital Standards Initiative is promoting standards, it's not creating standards, and that's a very important distinction. There are so many standards out there. Some of us believe that there are too many actually, and we now need to combine them, we now have to bring them together. And as you can see, it is a strong rooting here in Asia with the Asian Development Bank and the government of Singapore supporting ICC, but you also see the World Trade Organization and the World Customs Organization play a vital role in that initiative. In that initiative, we look at 4 layers. First of all, standards, I mentioned that already. If you want to exchange information electronically, you have to think about standards and how you can do that. The topic here is machine-readable data. The next one is the trust layer. I come to that a little bit further down the road. We also have the legal layer. When we started, there were about 100 countries in the world where the law required wet signatures and stamps on paper. So people could not digitalize because there was a law requirement, for instance, in customs organizations and things like that, to deliver paper. So there's a legal reform going on a global scale. The UN issued a model law for the exchange of trade records, Melita, and now the first countries are adopting that. Singapore, for instance, the UK, and many others looking into that right now. And capacity building, and that has to do with education. If you would ask my mother, she would not understand what the problem is. She can go shopping, she can pay, she can get products, delivery at home. She doesn't understand that the underlying infrastructure is the complexity, and that is what we want to take care of. And education and capacity building means that we want to align with everyone in the world to come to common understanding and common reasoning on what we should do and what we could do and what the technology landscape looks like at the moment. And in order to do that, the Digital Standards Initiative reached out to the industry on a global scale and created what's called an Industry Advisory Board. The Industry Advisory Board has 2 functions. First of all, the industry can raise a voice towards the standardization bodies, towards ICC, towards others, and will be listened to and will be heard. And the other way around as well. The Industry Advisory Board members also the ambassadors, the promoters, the multipliers of all the messaging and all the work that has been created there. So it works in both directions. And I'm looking forward, maybe some of you might want to join in the future as well. I'm looking at the Asia PKI Forum in particular. We can discuss this, but it's a very important aspect that the industry should be listened to in order to make it drive forward. I'm the chair of the Industry Advisory Board, and in that capacity, I'm here today with you to discuss the issues. One of our first findings was that trade happens in layers. So you have the business layer where people, start to establish business relationships. They might get offers. They might run RFPs. They might sign contracts with each other. That's the business layer. Once the business relationship is established, then you start selling and buying products and services. And every company in the world does that. We all want to sell products and services to make money with that. And that's the physical layer. And that includes all the intermediaries, shipping companies, airlines, railway systems, logistical firms, banks, and all the other intermediaries. Now, once you've shipped your product, and sometimes even before that, you would like to see your money. And that is where the banking sector comes into play. For me, trade is just the flip side of the same coin than banking, right? Unfortunately, those standards are very different. In banking, we do things completely different than in trade and so on. So we got to bring this together. And that happens on the information layer. Now, the information layer today is largely paper. Billions of documents printed every year, a lot of trees. And we want to get rid of paper. We want to have paperless trade. We want to digitalize trade. But before we get too excited, paper has one major advantage, the most important advantage. It enables business between any entity in the world, peer-to-peer. Everyone can connect with everyone else. I can order something with you. You can make a shipment. I get a paper invoice. Fine. It takes a little bit longer. It might be error-prone and so on, but it works. If you want to go digital, you have to be careful not to create, again, silos and hubs of information that would exclude others. So this is all about the inclusion. We're talking about the inclusion of SMEs. We're talking about participation in trade. We're talking about participation in payment flows. A very important aspect that we at ICC look at is to make sure that digitalization does not mean ring fencing of islands again, but to be open and transparent as possible. So interoperability, everyone with everyone, is a key goal of that. And in order to facilitate that, you need a trust layer. The trust layer in paper is the law. The law says you need to sign and stamp a document. And once you have that, you can trust this document. You can put it in a court case, for instance. In order to do that on the digital side, when computers transact with others, you need a trust layer. And I think this group here is perfectly aware of what trust means and what PKI can play a role in that and so on and so forth. But for most other people, this needs to be explained because for them, they do not understand the complexity of the technology. They do not understand crypto. They do not understand certificates. For them, it should be as easy and convenient as possible. And that is our job here to make that happen. Talking a little bit about numbers, the World Bank estimates 330, some speak of 400 million legal entities. That could be the single farmer in Africa up to the multinational group. Of those have over 160 million access to digitalization. They have access to computers, to mobiles, even more. In Africa, for instance, mobile banking is, pretty much at the standard today. We have roughly 53,000 enablers. As you can see, these are the banks, shipping, logistic provider, and all these firms helping to make digital trade a sensation. But we have only roughly 140 software companies that provide the technology to create the trade records, the bill of lading, the invoicing, and so on and so forth. For 95% of all trade globally, it's only a smaller subset of technology and players that are involved. And we have, of course, the rule setters and the standard bodies that are very important there. At ICC DSI, we have work streams, like the Asia PKI Forum Committee has as well. One of the work streams that I had the honor to chair was dealing with trust in trade. So that document, I really recommend this document. It explains in a business language what trust in trade could mean and what the potential benefits are and how this could be achieved, which standards are out there. And you can see down left, and I like the presentation from Vietnam just now, zero trust architecture. We recommend zero trust architecture, zero trust protocols. Now, you might say, wait a minute, we want to increase trust, and now we're talking about zero trust. What does it mean? Well, trust is on 3 layers. The first layer is the law. If it's in the law, you can trust, for instance, in a case at the court, that you will get your right and can make your claim. The law is very important. Regulation is very important. The next layer is governance. And governance is usually expressed by contracts. So firms engage in contractual relationships with each other, and those contracts define the rules of engagement. That is another layer of trust. The third layer of trust is the computational trust. That you can, make sure that you understand where the information comes from, where it goes to, and that nobody has tampered with it. And that computational trust should be replaced with the thinking of verification. So zero trust means you do not have to trust your counterparty. You can verify that the information is coming from that source and then the information is authentic. So zero trust means don't trust, always verify. And in order to do that, you need automation, you need the crypto algorithms and everything else that provide that. We take this a little bit further by saying, unlike trust in individuals where, my name is Stefan Wolf, I have an ID card, I get a certificate, that is easy. But in a business context, it's more complicated. Companies do not sign contracts. It's the officers of the company that sign contracts. And here you can see an example that Alice, working for Acme, is general partner there, and she has some signing authorities. And she signs on behalf of Acme a contract. And for instance, a financial officer files a financial report based on its authority. The CEO has some duties. The chairman has some duties. So you need what we call organizational identity, not just company and natural persons having a ID. You need to make roles available through that system. So I act on behalf of ICC today. That is my role today. Tomorrow, I might be in a board of a different company and I act on behalf of that board. And the day after tomorrow, I'm a member of a sports club and I act there as a member. So I have, as Stefan Wolf, multiple roles in multiple contexts, and that is important in business. It's not just to know the name and the ID of a person. It is important to understand the context of that person in a certain business scenario. And that is important. Here you see some use cases all around the world. I mean, the list is endless, whether it's telecom, healthcare, automotive, wherever. You always have the same foundational elements. And this comes together with individuals, organizations, and also things. We heard about this morning already, IoT. It is very important that things can act on behalf of legal entities. Think of a modern container port shipping, where the container has a device that reports perfectly where it is, the weather conditions, everything else, and then the container can order a crane in the harbor. There's no human interaction necessary for this, and that means we need to grant authority to devices, and that again needs trust and identification. And that brings together, and this chart actually was developed by my previous employer. I was for 10 years the CEO of GLIFE, the Legal Entity Identifier Foundation. And in 2015, we already said we need to bring those worlds together, the supply chain world with the internet world, with the finance world. We have to speak the same language. And that is a major task. We're just starting to understand the size and the complexity of that challenge. At Clive, we developed this role model where we say an organization is represented by a person in a certain role. I mentioned the CEO that can sign a contract on behalf of a company. And that digital representation, you see this in this rectangle, is done through digital containers. And a digital container, like any other container, needs to be sealed. And for making digital containers trustworthy and sealed, there are basically 3 different types of technology available at the moment. One is, of course, the classical PKI business with X509 certificates. The next one, I'm pretty sure that you're all familiar with, is the blockchain industry, and they all come with similar approaches in crypto and trying to do putting hash codes on chains and verify documents and things like that. But there's already the third kind of innovation at the horizon, which is verifiable credentials, and all the technology that comes along with that. And let me do my personal outing. My own journey is from PKI to verifiable credentials. When you see the flexibility and the enormous power of that technology, I can only encourage everyone to make themselves familiar with that. And we have one example, and with the courtesy of Citizen in Hong Kong, here you can see how this all can play together. From education to merchants and e-commerce, labor departments and all their relationships, diplomas and certificates and everything else. You need the document exchange, but you also need the court-proof document exchange. You need the ability to verify those documents in arbitration cases, in court cases. That's an important aspect. Immigration and banking as well. So here you can see a picture that brings it all together in a very nice way. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you one more time. Please join us on our website. There's a wealth of information there. For instance, there's a map where you can see for each country where they are in terms of the adoption of the law, the model law for digitalization. I can really recommend this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Wolf. Xin chân thành cảm ơn ông.
And now, so we have listened to 3 presentations by 3 speakers. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Vijay Manjunatha to chair the panel discussion. And also, I would like to invite 3 speakers to the stage as the panelists.
I think we had a wonderful session on policy and legal framework, wonderful speakers coming from different regions. We have 2 government representation and we have a global citizen giving us a lot of thoughts around the legal and policy frameworks. I think we had a very good update from Philippines, where she covered a lot of things about the regulations, the act, what they have established over period to make successful implementation of PKI. Then we saw from Vietnam speaker about how Vietnam is doing and how the trust is being built, right? So we cannot just trust a lama. So trust has to be built to identify every citizen, maybe even every organization for that case. And Mr. Wolf summarized particularly on giving an identity for even entities, right? So very, very interesting sessions. I have to start with a question from my side to each of the speaker on particularly on the topic what we were discussing and their experience in implementing legal and policy framework. So we'll start with Philippines. So what was your experience in getting the legal and policy framework in your country to establish trust within the PKI?
Okay, thank you and good morning. Actually, the country has an e-commerce act of 2000 and then we have executive order 810 series of 2009. But even though we have those laws and issuances, there are still challenges when it comes to implementing PNPKI because of budget matters. There are still hesitations on how they can implement it within the organizations. But right now, we are currently working on making sure that the agencies understand how important it is to implement digital signatures within, not just within their agency, but within the government, entire government. So we are hoping that, actually there's a talk about PNPKI law, but we're not sure if it will push through, but we are looking forward to the assistance from the cybersecurity plan, wherein it focuses as well on the implementation of PNPKI to ensure seamless implementation of digital certificates in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. From Vietnam, what is your experience in implementing the legal and policy framework?
So in Vietnam, 14 years back, we don't know that what PKI is. It's hard to build the first root system of Vietnam because we are a government body and the procurement took very long. So we have like 3 or 4 years to build the first root system. And also that 10 years after that, we also struggling to spread it to the society because no one knows what digital signature means. So we have to build the law, we have to build the degree, and we have to build some circular to detail instruction how to implement those. And we have to go from top down. And it's a hard process. It's a long. So nowadays, 2 years, 2023 and 2024 is a booming era of digital signature in Vietnam. We are ready to we have some application in some other fields like banking. Actually, the banking is like Wolf said that. They do things differently. So they have different kind of standards. So we are trying to negotiate with them to bring the digital signature into the banking sector. And that's what we are currently doing right now.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll rephrase my question a bit to Mr. Wolf because you touched upon a broader subject, right? Importance of standards, not exactly building standards, but promoting the standards. And also you mentioned about capacity building. So what do you see the role of government in, government when I say the legal and policy framework, how much it should touch upon these aspects of standards as well as capacity building?
First of all, I would like to say it's complicated. It's anything but easy. And for each country, they are facing multiple challenges, whether it's digital ID infrastructures, whether it's AI, whether it's other things. And people set priorities for that. And that resulted in a different pace in many parts of the world, in many countries, when it comes to digitalization and when it comes to the use of PKI. And here's the good news. Very large organizations like the UN, for instance, they have developed model law that countries could apply for their national law systems. And those model laws include e-commerce, digital identity. I mentioned Melita for the exchange of trade records. And that can help countries to accelerate their efforts in putting this into national law. Because it is important that we all speak the same language in the end. Trade and business and tourism and so forth, it doesn't stop at the border. It goes always beyond.
Okay. Coming back to Philippines, you mentioned about successful implementation of PNPKI. How did it transform the interaction between government agencies and citizen when you implemented PNPKI?
Okay, because previously, if you were going to ask a client the experience they have whenever they transact with the government, it always says that it's too long, it's taking a lot of time. They need to spend like a day or 2 days just to get their permits and licenses. But with the integration of PNPKI, they were able to get it on a faster phase. But right now, since I've mentioned PNPKI is not yet utilized from end-to-end solution, meaning we're not really using it from application to issuance of permits and licenses, but still we were able to provide them an alternative on how they can get their permits and licenses when they need to transact with the government. So it's easier now, it's faster, and it's reliable. Thank you.
Okay. Just following up on that, because 5 years ago we had a situation of COVID and we witnessed a lot of digitalization happening during that period because people were required to adopt remote working or doing digital transaction. How did that factor influence during your PNPK implementation?
Okay, actually the pandemic makes digital certificates more familiar in the country. Because of the pandemic, everybody's not allowed to go outside to go to the office and do their work. So most of the officials from the government applied for PNPK digital certificates so they can still sign important documents. Because in the government, regardless of the situation, if it's pandemic or there's a natural disaster, we are still expected to provide the same quality of service to the citizens. So during the pandemic, that's the time that we had an increase of applications from government officials and even private individuals who need digital certificates that time.
Okay. Were your legal and policy framework ready for that particular pandemic situation for adoption of digitalization?
During the pandemic, the Department of Information and Communications Technology issued a circular wherein any individuals who would want to apply for digital certificates can just go online. Because before, they need to apply face-to-face because we need to validate each and every applicant before we issue their digital certificates. But during the pandemic, we issued a circular wherein they can just apply online. So everything is online. They don't need to go to the DICT office. And it makes easier for them to apply for digital certificates instead of going to the office and do face-to-face verification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to Vietnam, can you summarize how was your situation, mainly from the policy framework angle, whether you were ready or you had to expedite something to actually take the digitalization uptake during the situation?
Actually, we also during the pandemic, it's become crucial and it become mandatory that we work at home because we want to prevent the spread of the disease all over the place. So our government bodies, our deputy have to publish a plan of working home. And the pandemic changing everything for good for technology. So with the development of technology in Vietnam, we also improve. We also have some kind of policy to adapt to the situation. So the policy in Vietnam come after the pandemic. Like in 2021, we have the pandemic, and our story of stopping the pandemic is I think is very famous over the world. Also, its story lead to the changing of administration. So we currently going through the administration reform. We need to do the paperwork online.
Mm-hmm.
And also, but some of government body they work with the paperwork before, and they are not doing well with the digital. some of the government body don't even know that we can do it on the internet, through the internet. So they ask us, what is digital signature? How can I ensure that our documents are signed and correctly, properly delivered to us? So first of all, we have to tell them that this digital signature is formed based on mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
So the mathematics is always correct. That's the core of that. And we building the policy on that belief. And we changed the law of digital signature, the law of electronic transaction, and we apply it from the government to the government body and to the enterprise and the people of Vietnam.
Okay. Thank you for that. Before I move on to Mr. Wolf, I think two government representatives, and you touched upon how the pandemic impacted your policy framework. But I saw from your presentations, like in Philippines, 2023 National Cybersecurity Plan was implemented, and you also mentioned in Vietnam there was a recent electronic transaction law update coming in.
Yes, in 2023. The law update. The first is drafted in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very old. It's 18 years behind. So we need to update it. We have to add some changes to adapt with the current situation of Vietnam and the current development of the e-commerce in Vietnam.
Okay. Are these changes very very regular as such? Like you mentioned, you had to gear up during pandemic, but even after that, recently, a year ago, there was a change in law, or there were new plans introduced in both the countries. Are these like a regular process? I mean, what should governments be aware of? Should they touch back on their legislations over and over again because there are changing digital standards in the industry?
Also the policy had to change some standard. For the infrastructure, the old system, we have a way of asset. So the old ways has to change because we are complying with some international standard. The international standard is help us to go into the international trade, go into the because we currently join many bodies of trade union like EVFTAs, like some kind of them. So basically, if we want to conduct the business with those bodies, we have to change. We have to change our policy. We have to change our infrastructure. We have to change our standard. Every single of them. It's a long process, and we start with the policy. So in the policy, we also mention two new trusted services. The trusted stamp and the electronic message delivery. But currently we don't, the market of electronic delivery is not so big in Vietnam. So we have to dive deep on that.
Okay, thank you. Just finishing that question with Ms. Canlas. So this National Cybersecurity Plan, what you mentioned in 2023, what is the need that you also mentioned about earlier implementation, like some year 2000 there was an act, and then 2018 and 2021 there was a circular which mentioned about electronic signatures, then National Cybersecurity Plan coming a couple of years later. Like, do you feel governments have to touch back on their legislations now and again in the changing environment?
Yes, definitely, because even with the presence of those Republic Acts and issuances, there are still hesitations on the government part in our country. Because right now, through the NCSP, we were going to make sure that the laws and policies are up to date. especially now that there are emerging technologies that we need to also incorporate in the laws. And this will definitely help us to promote it to other government agencies, so the implementation would be, from the internal level, make it to the national level to ensure that Filipinos will get the benefits of streamlined services and faster communications. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just coming back to Mr. Wolf, you spoke about standards. What are the main challenges in establishing trust across different countries and jurisdictions for global digital trade?
Would you allow me a comment on the COVID crisis first?
Yes.
Because I think we can learn something from it. Where I come from as a citizen, I speak, on behalf of myself. I had the feeling we were not prepared at all. There was nothing. There was no app. There was no tracking system. There was no help, no medical care. There was no masks. Wherever you looked, there was nothing. And all of a sudden, people become really, nervous about this and started to invest huge amount of monies to develop all of these kind of things. The COVID app in Germany alone was like 300 million for developing of an app. At the same time, scientists have warned for that case for many, many, many years. Think of the bird flu and others, right? So obviously, we should listen more to science. We should listen more to those who give us guidance and advice of the things that could go wrong to prepare for it. And I think, coming back to our discussion here, I think, again, the fraud at the moment, including business-to-business fraud, is going through the roof right now. All kinds of attacks on the internet, because there is no identity on the internet, all kinds of attacks are coming back to the point that people do not know whom they're doing business with. Did we know about that? I think we did. Did we prepare for it? Not always. And I think that's the lesson learned. We have to prepare for these kind of things. And when it comes to implementing this, we spoke about model law, but I would also like to talk about standards here, because those standards can really help us to bridge ecosystems. It is very interesting to see, and I had the chance to witness yesterday, the presentations from so many countries in Asia about their quest for going digital. And this is really exciting, and I can only applaud everyone who's involved in that. But it became also very apparent that every country does it differently. And now the next challenge is to bring countries together. And at the moment, this is done through bilateral agreements mostly, but that is slow. That takes a lot of time. There's a lot of complexity in there. By using the same common standards, we could probably help to accelerate that to become interoperable on a cross-border basis.
Thank you. You also touched upon identities when you mentioned just now. In your presentation, you mentioned about organizational identity, right? Because coming back to pandemic, we were more concerned of remote people. But what do you feel the role of identifying organizations or entities in the remote world?
That touch bases on another issue that I'm very happy actually to talk about. When we talk about digital identity and PKI, that technology is pretty robust and around for, I don't know, almost 30 years. I had my personal first certificate like 27 years ago. But it lacked convenience. It was so difficult to install a certificate. It was so difficult to use a certificate. It was so difficult, to do all these kind of things. Okay, things have matured, but I think we're still not there yet. A company running, I don't know how many devices and how many different operating systems and different versions and so on, try to roll out an SMIME certificate to all employees, and you know what I'm talking about. And now, with the upcoming identity discussion and the integration with banking, everybody talks about wallets. Everybody talks about wallets. And the idea is, like you have your personal wallet, you have it on your phone. And now you can identify yourself using your phone and everything else. That is good for private citizens, but not in business. Can I use my private phone to identify myself as an employee of a company? No. Will the company give me a phone to do that just on behalf of the company? Maybe to some managers, but not to every employee. So there is a huge difference in managing identity on a corporate level than on the individual level. And I think that the current discussion on wallets is too short. We should think about corporate wallets. We should think about integration with systems like Active Directory from Microsoft and so on, in order to make sure that, you know, the organizational identity can be implemented in a cryptographically sound way.
Excellent. So I think very interesting answer over there on the organizational identities or organizational identity in digital wallets, right? So India is doing something similar now with something called Entity Digital Locker and these things happening. So do you feel these credentials, like maybe LEIs, they improve trust in the digital economy? Can it help mitigate the fraud in global digital trade?
Yes, I absolutely believe in that. Again, from a business side, when you register a business, then you go to a government organization, you register your company, you get a number for that, or you have a tax number, you have an insurance number, you have all kinds of numbers. But they mean only something within your country. When you go cross-border, people do not have the skill to interpret those numbers. For instance, if a company in Brazil wants to work with a company in Japan, language alone is a barrier for establishing trust between the companies. There's a lot of notary services and translation services required, all of that. By having a global identification scheme for businesses, this is not going to solve every problem, but it will help you to speed up the process of onboarding new clients, onboarding new suppliers. And that is, time is money, and that is very important. And a number is only as good as it can be verified. So just having a number is good, it's the first step, but you also need to cryptographically secure this number and tie it to the private key of the owner so that you can make sure that you can trust this number is the right number from this organization and from the right person.
So that's a very good thing. But you also mentioned about inclusion and participation, right? So you mentioned about advantage of paper, right? So that ensures inclusion 100%, but whereas the digital systems may exclude, right? So there is a concern. The point I am coming from is on MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. Will digital platforms play a role in securing the future of trade when it comes to smaller organizations? Because larger organizations, it is easy to adopt the standards, but when it comes to smaller organizations, how do you see the role played over there?
When we talk about digitalization today, then most people translate this into we need a platform. Whether this is a traditional platform, whether this is a new blockchain or whatever, these are all platforms. I do not believe in the one platform for the whole world. So there is no one size fits all. We will see multiple platforms, we will see multiple implementations, and in a very different way, different technology, different governance, different everything. So having a platform might be good for a single organization, communicating with a number of other organizations, but it would not solve the interoperability problem on a global scale. So what we propose is the development of trade protocols. And I would like to give you an example. You remember 30 years ago, TCP/IP was already around since the 60s. Nobody used it, really. It was a research, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, two platforms came up, AOL and CompuServe, and they did all the, email and social and everything else. Huge platforms. And then at CERN, when HTTP and HTML were invented, all of a sudden there was an open protocol, and that allowed everyone to participate in the internet for the very first time. So it was the protocol development that enabled the internet. And I think we need similar, thinking also for all kinds of other business fields, like trade, for instance, healthcare and others. So we need more protocol standards for that.
Excellent. So I think that's a very proven idea that we need protocols and the adoption would happen. I think I would like to touch on India, how is it doing, right? So we do like something called digital public infrastructure. These are the rails on which more things can be built. These are something like protocols, and you can build the ecosystem. And this itself is not a platform, but you can build any sort of platform, right? So that's a wonderful idea. Thank you for that. Coming back to PNPKI, again on the topic of participation or inclusion, what steps are being taken to increase its adoption across the government sectors, the private organization, and especially, the citizens who may not have digital literacy, or the smaller organization, right? When we talk about businesses, the smaller organization will have a concern to adopt the trust in their business. So digital trust when I talk about. So what do you feel the steps those are important in adoption?
In our team, the PNPKI team, since our division is the one handling the Root CA, the Gov CA, as well as the RA management, what we usually do is we conduct an online or on-site PNPKI training and orientation to all government agencies. But for those who are not part of the government, we conduct online orientation with the general public. And especially now that we are celebrating the Cybersecurity Month back home, we have we have sessions for private companies, we have sessions for government agencies, so that they would know what is PNPKI, what is digital certificates, what is digital signatures, because they thought that when you say digital signatures, it's the scanned signature, the one that you sign on the paper, you crop it, and then copy and paste. They thought that's the digital signature. So we really need to take a lot of effort, to make a lot of effort to make them understand the benefits, the usage of digital certificates in our country.
Excellent. Can I have some comment from Vietnam as well? How exactly the steps are being taken for larger inclusion?
In Vietnam, we also believe that to achieve the interoperability, we also have built to some protocol and some standard. That's why we have built some labs to evaluate the system, to evaluate the equipment using in charter service like digital signature. And we have some story when I personally doing the public service. We apply the digital signature in the public service. We also have to build some kind of protocol, some kind of our own standard for all the portals that are using digital signature. So yes, I think the standard and the protocol is vital point, is crucial to build to achieve the interoperability.
Okay, thanks for that. Maybe the last topic, what I want to take with all the three of you, maybe starting with Mr. Wolf. This may not be very much particular from the subject what you presented, but do you see any identified standard in the digital trust industry, or maybe particularly on PKI, which can be of reference for countries? Which standards should be looked upon, right? Because you said ICC is into promoting standards and not building standards. Is there any work ICC has done particularly on digital trust?
I mentioned the trust in trade paper. We've tried to do exactly that. But I also want to be frank with you. When it comes to standards on the digital side, we see at the moment an explosion of standards and different directions. The ITU X509 standard is pretty old now, 30 years I think it is. But when you look at the W3C, Web3 standards and stuff like that, then all of a sudden you have all kinds of different standards, different implementation. And standard setters and standard bodies become more and more important. ETSI, for instance, in Europe, ISO, and so on, to give us guidance on which standards we should implement. At the moment, we can't even agree on protocol standards and credential standards. There are ideas, there are promoters for certain ones, but in the end of the day, there will be a lot more of discussion necessary before we come to those standards in the same mature way as we did with PKI.
Thank you for that. I think you touched upon one relevant point which I want to take up with the other two speakers on ETSI standards, right? So in this digital trust industry, when we talk about audits or compliance, there is either web trust or ETSI. when it comes to technical standards, a lot of stuff in ETSI works, and then also something in ISO 21188, these kind of practices, the information security coming in there. So from the government standpoint, like what is the inclination, right? So maybe we'll start with the Philippines. Is that ETSI standards, web trust standards, or ISO standards? What is that of reference which governments can refer for the implementation?
Honestly speaking, PNPKI is not yet Web Trust accredited. We're like a baby PNPKI program. So we are actually here to learn from members how they implement PNPKI, what standards they're using, what technology they are implementing, so that we would learn. And I can go back to the country and inform our team that Bangladesh has this, Hong Kong have this, and then we can, I think, study more so we can implement that in our country. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. What are the views from Vietnam on choosing the standards? Is that ETSI, Web Trust, or something else?
Currently, we are doing the Web Trust, but also we adapt some of the ETSI and the EADAS of European Union, because we just established a trade union with EVFTA, as you know. So Vietnam is choosing standards based on what we do business with. So we actually listen to what they need and also deliver some of what we need to establish these standards. And we actually, right now we have a standard of ourselves, it's TCVN, but it based on some of the international standard, but this is it needs changes, and that's everything up right now.
Sure, thank you. So basically, what I mentioned in the morning presentation, the consortium, the Asia PK consortium, is doing the same job of supporting the members in thought sharing, and also, as I mentioned, one of the pillar is compliance or standards benchmarking, right? So definitely we look forward for active engagement as we go along for identifying standards, the support required to implement those standards. Thank you very much for that. I think I had a list of questions which I had to share with the panel, but I think we still have 10 minutes for lunch, and I think there should be questions from audience as well. So maybe we go to audience. Yes, Eva, someone can help with mic there? A microphone there? Yeah. Yes. Maybe I can help with my.
Thank you. It's great that I hear, all the, latest development of Philippines and Vietnam. Vietnam is the English, yeah. And then as Stefan was telling about, the digital trust and also the, what we call the LEI and all this future technology. Let me give a very brief introductions. I've been on, government certificate authority for over 20 years. And then what I'm hearing, Jennifer was saying and Ham is saying, I see when I was young, 20 years ago, I struggled with my CA with the Hong Kong government. I'm only the operator, okay? I work for the government. I help the government to build the, the CA. Actually, we are actually the policy and legal framework chair. And then I want to re-emphasize a very important element is the legal part. Being government, we are the root of trust. Okay, you guys been doing it. Don't worry about international standard, anything. Just worry about our own citizens' identity. Worry about our, all the organization company and all the government departments' identity first. That's the most important way to build our, sort of root of trust for our own country. Okay, we hold on to that. Of course, we need a very good certificate authority system. Okay, the system building is very important because your supply of building the system will help you to resolve a lot of web trust program, all the technology upgrade, and how the TSL program and all this blah, blah, blah. That's very complicated. Don't worry about it. The supplier will able to help you to do that, okay? But what we need to focus It's the legal part, okay? The legal, right in the middle. Why I say that, you guys forget to talk about one thing very important. It's the certificate practice statement. This is the cert type that you need to talk about. That's the cert type you need to talk about for your citizens, what cert type they need to use, what organization cert they need to use, what's the government digital cert they need to use. Okay, you have to go back to the certificate practice statement. It's what we call CPS. Okay, so from technology, we come down to process. What do you mean by process? Process is very simple. You show me your citizen card. I give you, according to my certificate practice statement, I give you a citizen ID, right? If you're an organization, you show me all your, is that company registration, name, and all the details, tax details and everything. And then the government will give them a digital cert, which says that you are that company owner, okay? And then go down to government is more easy. Which government department and what bureaus is what we say. We'll give them a government digital cert as well. So all this certificate practice statement in Hong Kong, we need to submit that to our Department of Justice to get approval, okay? What they are checking and what our auditor are checking is an independent third-party auditor like Deloitte and all that, okay? It's checking that the process is fit and proper. If the process is fit and proper, when you go to the court, okay, you have certified that person is that person. Then the court, when you come, all my job is doing is very simple. We just, the customer always call me, customer detail always call our department, our staff. Get the, the application form, before we get the application form, we take the application form with us to the court. And then the judge will say, hey, CA, you tell me is that the person who have signed and applied for this digital cert, okay? This is legal because we are proving them handwritten signature is equal to electronic digital signature. That's all our job. That's all the CA need to do. So don't worry too much, okay? It's not difficult at all after I wrote back 20 years ago. So all we need to do, we have to guarantee the process to the Department of Justice that our process is fit and proper, okay? If the process is fit and proper and your solution is secure, then you are there. You will get the approval because nobody can hack you and change the identity of that person. So that becomes your country root of trust. Understand? So it's not difficult. What I'm saying here is very low-level explanation to all that because what I want is, I see what happening in Philippines and Vietnam, and being the chair of legal framework, I'm more than happy to help you guys out to copy what I've been going through and share the experience and to support. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions coming to the panel? Anything from audience? Okay, there is a question in the last row. Can you? Okay, here one. Okay.
Hi everyone, I am Zia from the legal team from NEIC, and I have a question about legal framework, about legal thing. Nowadays, the country use electronic signature, and electronic signature is popular for online transaction and documents. So we are consider how the countries recognize the electronic signature from other countries, such as the conditions, standards, or policies of the countries.
So the question is on cross recognition between the countries?
Yes. And for the question is about the recognition of the electronic signatures.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, would you like to touch that?
I said before that most of that is still depending on bilateral treaties between countries where they discuss exactly those matters. And I can give you a few examples. Right now, there's this discussion on the exchange and acceptance of digital IDs between Japan and the European Union, also under the DFFT Act. And these discussions, they take years. I think ASEAN is also trying to do the same thing with Europe. Unfortunately, I have not seen similar attempts with the United States yet, because they have no digital identity for citizens as we know it, right? So we're struggling a little bit with the different pace. But yes, it requires a legal framework, to Ms. Chan's point. It requires a legal framework that is sound between the countries that accept each other's identity. And if I may make a personal remark, this means for us here that we have adopted our language, because now we're talking with legal people and they do not understand our technology. So we have to be patient and we have to be helpful so that the legal teams really understand the issue and what's in stake.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That answers. Basically, the standards help a lot in making common implementation between the countries, and I think we touched upon that during the conversation. Thank you very much. We'll take one last question. I think there is a gentleman in the last row. Sorry. Oh, here. Yeah.
Hi, I have a question for Ms. Jennifer. Does it have to be licensed by the government to become a CA in Philippines, and if yes, what are the fees that the government will charge for licensing and maintain that license?
Okay, thank you for that question. Based on EO Executive Order 8100 of 2009, the Department of Trade and Industry, Philippine Accreditation Bureau should accredit or accredit the private CAs, because as mentioned, there's no private CAs yet under PNPKI, and so they need to undergo accreditation first. But right now we don't. I think it's stopped right now because we need to double check the guidelines to ensure that more CAs will join PNPKI, so that not only the ICT will issue certificates, we will also have other CAs for private use. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope that answers. Thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists for the wonderful session. So a round of applause, please, for the wonderful panel here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after a fruitful discussion this morning, I'd like to declare the closing of our morning session. And thank you very much, Mr. Majunatha, Mr. Suryanathan, Ms. Jennifer, Mr. Linham Han, and Mr. Stephen Hoof for your presentation. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to invite you all to join us in lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our afternoon session revolves around technology and standards with 4 presentations from 4 speakers. 15 minutes will be delivered, will be spared for each one. And now I'd like to invite to stage Mr. Campbell Cowie, Head of Policy, Standards and Regulatory Affairs from IFRIF United Kingdom, to present some updates on UK standards for digital identity. Please welcome.
There. Excellent. Well, thank you very much to our hosts, the PKI Consortium and the NEAC for bringing for organising the event and for bringing the speakers to, quite frankly, what is a fantastic location. I'm Campbell Cowie. I am responsible for policy and regulatory issues for iProve. And today I'm going to discuss the UK position on digital identity standards and also offer my observations on what I think is an important aspect of the policy on sort of trust services and digital identity, but yet is one which is rarely discussed, which is that of the role of trust services and digital identity in driving economic growth. Now, just to say, iProve is a UK-based company that's also a world leader in providing highly secure remote identity verification and authentication solutions for high-profile and high-risk use cases worldwide. A small selection of our customers and partners are listed on the slide and covering a range of use cases. And again, if you want any more detail on any of these use cases and any of the work that we do with these partners, please come and find me in the coffee break. Let's see. There we go. Thank you. Now, what we do is we determine that a remote individual is real, that they are genuinely present, and we do that with a high level of assurance. We do this using a multimodal approach, testing both the imagery and the metadata. Combining both enhances our decision-making and the level of assurance that we provide. Now, examples of metadata include the emulator and the virtual camera detection, motion data, how is the device moving, the camera name, is it clear from the name that an emulator has been used, and the claimed device. Is the claimed device a desktop, but the imagery looks like it's coming from a phone? Examples of imagery include presentation attacks, computer-generated images, face swaps, GANs, and motion reenactments. And then we apply cryptography to build resilience around reverse engineering. There we go. Now, biometrics is used successfully to provide sort of secure binding of identities in a growing number of national digital identity and digital wallet schemes around the world. And here we have just a few: the US, MyGov, the UK's One Login System, SingPass, and that's the catch-all for the EU digital wallet program under EIDAS. So it's well and truly here now. Moving to the UK is playing catch-up on digital identity at the moment, and is some way behind many of our international partners in rolling out standards for a digital ID scheme. We're certainly some way from having a digital wallet scheme in place, which would be similar to that of our EU neighbours. The UK has something of a fractured market for digital identity at the moment, with legislation in place already enabling Ofcom, which is our communications regulator, to set requirements for solutions providing age assurance, which may ultimately include identity verification, but not yet. This is under legislation designed to protect children from harms online. We also have rules relating to age-appropriate sales for alcohol and for knives, for example, with age assurance solutions being tested ahead of potential revisions to the law. We also have a successful programme of using identity verification for enrolment to government services, such as our health service, which is run under a service called One Login. I showed you the wallet sign for that earlier. One Login is aimed at providing citizens with a single sign-on capability for accessing all of the UK government services. Now, the UK Digital Identity and Attributes Trust Framework is a move by government to try and break the silos and establish a unified framework of good practice-based standards against which solution providers can be tested for conformity. Relying parties should then be able to rely on the performance of the certified provider and take comfort when they participate in the scheme themselves. At present, the scheme, which hasn't yet got legislative basis and is only available on a voluntary basis, applies to only 2 use cases. When testing the right of a citizen to rent a property in the UK or testing the right of a citizen to work in the UK. But more use cases are expected, particularly once legislation is approved. So we do the next slide. There we go. Right, the claimed benefit for the trust framework is that it will improve accessibility to government services. That's the government's stated objective. The government has made very clear that the framework is not intended to provide a national identity scheme. Whilst many countries see the benefits of a national identity scheme or a national identity wallet, the UK government is still to commit. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair has publicly argued for such a national scheme, claiming that by reducing fraud and improving access to services, it would save the UK around £2 billion a year, £2 billion across the next 10 years. But the government has yet to be drawn on a clear strategy for digital identity. To be fair to government, it is a relatively new government, and they only came in to power very recently. Now, the trust framework has 3 components: independent certification of providers by accredited expert bodies, minimum standards for privacy, for fraud management, and for security, and this may soon be extended to a requirement for independent lab testing and a process for updating standards as and when the technology evolves. And it's proposed that the oversight of this framework will be provided by a government minister rather than by an independent regulator. Now, this is controversial, as independent regulation in the UK has a strong record of incentivising investment and providing for long-term market stability. This contrasts with the short-termism and political nature of ministerial oversight within the UK context. Recent public inquiries in the UK into high-profile failures of public sector organisations have also shown the weaknesses of ministerial oversight within the UK. So it remains quite a concern for the industry and many other commentators that in this case the government has proposed to not take advantage of one of the UK's highly rated independent regulators. Now, in addition, there's a raft of other outstanding questions facing the government ahead of the forthcoming legislation, and the slide contains a subset of those questions. But what I'd like to do today is just focus on one question, which I believe is a particular error in the approach of government, and it's something that I feel is typically missed in the policy development for digital identity and for trust services more widely in other markets as well. In discussions about the goals for digital identity, there's been no talk about the role of digital identity as a driver for economic growth. It's not only in the UK that there's an omission on this. On Monday, the OECD published an otherwise excellent and informative paper mapping the different digital ID schemes deployed in G7 nations. That report fails to capture the benefits of digital identity for economic growth, relying instead on the traditional security and fraud protection arguments. Now, in addition to helping frame the discussion on digital identity around what trust services and digital identity offer as a positive narrative for jobs, for economic productivity, and for economic growth, rather than solely around a negative on fraud and identity theft, such a recognition would empower policymakers to shape policy such that the framework itself and the solutions it required were designed to capture fully the true benefits of digital identity. So there we go. There we go. Now, secure digital identity is a means of providing trust in that one party to a transaction can have assurance within tolerated boundaries as to who the other party is and that they are who they claim to be. What we see in published academic research is that economies with higher recorded levels of trust are also higher performing economies, measured by GDP per capita. I think it's really important to understand how causation works here. Participants in the digital economy can find efficiencies by being able to search globally at little cost to secure the lowest price, connect with the largest buyers, build a new product supply chain, or identify the latest product innovation. However, with access to a network of potential partners, suppliers, and customers that is larger than that in the non-digital economy, it is reasonable to assume that exchanges between specific parties will be less frequent, in fact, may occur only once. Anonymized trading channels and platforms can compound those market conditions, which can best be defined by an information asymmetry with regards the other party to a transaction. Where there is less familiarity, which would usually be developed through regular exchange, putting measures in place to ensure trust is challenging and likely to be costlier than it is in the physical economy. The cost of these measures can be a significant barrier to trade and require a commitment of resources away from other activities. From the perspective of an economist, identity is therefore a transactions cost. Trustworthy digital identity verification is a solution to this economic coordination challenge. Higher trust levels in the digital economy lead to more efficient resource use, reduced free riding, lower transactions costs, and lower contract enforcement costs. Valuable resources can then be diverted to activities which create more wealth and more income. Trust can also help to overcome obstacles to accessibility and inclusion, particularly important for securing participation by those whose need to access critical public services digitally is the greatest. Reduce barriers to efficient transacting between organisations and between individuals generates improvements in total factor productivity, which is essentially the slide, the far half of the slide. Organisations and markets with higher levels of trust also benefit from a lower cost of equity, which may reduce cost barriers to investment and job creation. Firms operating in markets with higher trust levels may also be more profitable as a consequence. Now, if we can just move on the slide. There we go. Right, to provide an illustration of the potential impact that enhancing trust levels through trustworthy digital identity can have. I'm citing here evidence from a study reported by the World Economic Forum on the value of digital identity. The World Economic Forum study suggested that a 5 percentage point increase in the level of trust in the digital economy leads to an increase in per capita GDP of $3,000. That study used 2019 values. So updating it for 2024 and applying it to Indonesia, which was one of the countries referred to in the study, would see an increase in per capita GDP of $3,640. This equates to an additional $1 trillion of GDP, which represents an incremental tax take for the nation of $100 billion. So I can't say for certain that these figures are completely accurate. I didn't write the study. I lifted it from the World Economic Forum. But they're similar in range to those taken from other academic studies and give a helpful indicator of why a focus on economic growth is important when evaluating alternative approaches to trust into digital identity. If we can have the next slide. That's it, here we go. Now, trust cannot be asserted. Rather, it's the outcome of a complex mix of factors, including the regulatory framework, the context, and the quality of the identity solution itself. The trustworthiness of digital identity, and therefore the impact it can have on productivity and economic growth, will therefore vary according to the trustworthiness of the component parts. When undertaking an impact assessment, it's therefore important that policymakers consider in detail just how alternative approaches deliver against the requirements of trust. And I set out here roughly what I believe to represent the requirements of a trustworthy digital identity solution. If policymakers accept a reduced standard on any of these, then the trustworthiness of the solution will be lower and the impact on economic growth more limited. Again, this choice by policymakers should be reflected in an impact assessment and the consequences for growth explained and understood. If we can just Move on to the slide. There we go. Now, looking forward, we're moving towards an evolution in the market for digital identity that promises to raise yet further trustworthiness of identity solutions. This is a move towards decentralized identities. This is enabled in the EU's eIDAS revision. It's enabled in the US through the use of mobile driver's licenses, and even within the rather backward and slow UK system, it's envisaged that we will have decentralized identity. Now, just very quickly, in a decentralized identity model, the citizen holds and stores their identity and other credentials in a secure wallet on their device. The data is not stored centrally, so there's no identity, there's no large identity database required. The credential issuer and the verifier operate within a trust relationship. So the decentralized, whereby the issuer is considered trustworthy. The decentralized nature reduces the costs of setting up the scheme and reduces the time to build scale. Now, just for my final substantive slide, I'll just simply see here now there's a wide range of other positive consequences of a shift to decentralized identity, and I've set some of them up here on the slide. But in the context of increasing the trustworthiness of a solution and therefore its impact on economic growth, I would just draw your attention to the positive impact on for user privacy and for the security of relying party services. Now, now these are really important topics, and within 15 minutes it's a bit of a high level run through, so I hope there's more opportunity to discuss later on. But my key message, and I'll be very quick, my key message here is that policymakers should be explicit about the important role of digital identity and trust services in driving economic growth, and once explicit, recognise that the power of identity to shape growth will be driven by the trustworthiness of its component parts. Thank you.
Tăng cường cái độ tin cậy của bên thứ ba cung cấp các dịch vụ nhận dạng. Cảm ơn quý vị. Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell Coe, for your presentation. And now I'd like to invite to stage Mr. Jinwon Shin, Director of Deloitte South Korea, to present some updates on South Korean PKI and the compliance world.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jinwon Shin from the Deloitte Korea. And then today I would like to present the South Korean public infrastructure and the compliance world. Actually, if you visited last year the Asia PKI Consortium Symposium, it's my honor to join this symposium this year. I would like to express my appreciation to the PJ and Mr. Serin Bazan of the Asia PKI Consortium. Also, thank you for the NEAC for giving me this opportunity to present my slides in front of the valuable guests. Actually, my title is the same as last year, but so I just including the Korea Digital Signature Service Assessment and the Web Trust the update. Like the other countries, the Korea, we also have the Korean law and regulation regarding the digital signature, so-called the Digital Signature Act, and the Signature Act that has been amended in 2020. So what is the big change before that? The Korean government had decided to make the assessment bodies for the digital signature service providers. So before that, it was the only 5 digital certificate service providers, the so-called CAs. But after 2020, nowadays you can see the 23 the certification authority in South Korea. And the term of certification authority in South Korea has been changed to the digital signature service provider. So from my slides, if I say the digital signature service provider or the digital service provider, it means the CAs in your country. It's totally the same. Oh, sorry. This slide came from the last year, so this is kind of summarized. My slide is on the last year. If you see in the top left the capture, that is a kind. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah. If you see the capture, that is the YouTube advertisement for the promoting the use of digital certificate in South Korea. If you see the man on the left, he played the important role in the movie so-called the Train to Busan, and then the Squid Game, the Netflix, is very popular in South Korea. It means in South Korea, everyone knows the digital certificate. The 20s or the older people, they always use digital certificate for any kind of transaction. So that's the reason why the CA is promoting the advertisement on YouTube. And then if you see in the middle left shot, that is my certificate on my phone, actually issued by the Kakao. The Kakao is like the mobile messenger, same as the Zalo in Vietnam. It means the Korean people they usually do the communication via the mobile messenger, like Kakao. It means that my certificate is in the Kakao application. So it is very easily to use this certificate to make this signature on any kind of transaction provided by Kakao or the service providers. And if you see the right side, that is the minimum requirement for the physical security for root CA and the subordinate CAs. So in South Korea, at least for the physical security layer, they should be considered. And then it's protected by physical barriers. So the cloud-based environment or the third-party environment might be possible, but cloud-based environment might be impossible because they are not guaranteed this physical security requirement. But in the near future, we don't know because we still getting the demand from the other service provider to make the cloud service basis the environment. So it doesn't mean it is not allowed the cloud environment for the CA operation because this is a protection for the root CA private key or CA private key. But as you know, the subscriber key certificate, it is allowed nowadays, as you see, like the remote signing services. Oh, sorry, I'm not good at handling this one. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, can you go next? Sorry, I have a small technical problem. Oh, this one. Thank you. Anyway, this is the current list of 23 digital signature service provided in South Korea. For your understanding, I categorized the 4 sections. If you see the left side, the 5 accredited certificate authority, that is traditional CAs. The whose root CA is KISA. So they have been providing their certification service since 1999. It's almost for 25 years. And then the other 3 sections are brand new CAs in South Korea after 2020. So if you see the telecommunication company, the SK Telecom, the KT, and the AGU Plus, they are very, very well known, the Korean telecom companies in South Korea. And then even they have the separate, I mean that they have their own the root CA or CA systems. They have integrated brand name. We can call it the PASS certificate. So for example, PASS SK certificate, PASS KT certificate, and the PASS AGU Plus certificate, because they need the brand identification integrated to make the reducing the confusion from the users. So the company, each CA provide their own digital certificate service to user, but people recognize that is a pass certificate. That is the strategy for the CAs to approach the certification market in South Korea. And then if you see the mobile service providers, let me explain just briefly. The PayCo is a kind of a simple payment service provider. And then the neighbor is the Google in Korea. They are providing the portal service. And the TOS is kind of money transferring service or the personal asset management. So the specialized in the personal financial management. And the banks are also the same. And as I mentioned, the Kakao is like Zalo in Vietnam. So everyone uses that messenger. And Dream Security is the solution company. And you see the SPS, it's a kind of providing certification service in Samsung Wallet on the Samsung Galaxy phone. So there are very diverse types of certification service provided in South Korea. And then they has become CAs in South Korea after 2020. So the most important thing is on the right side, you see the banks. So traditionally, we think the bank there might be the registration authority, or a bank might be the huge organization for the digital certificate over the world. But in South Korea, it was before 2020, all kind of bankers, I mean the commercial bank or the national bank, not national bank, commercial bank or the foreign bank, they are providing registration service in a contract with the CA. So they have been experienced the RA service or registration, the registration authority, the functions for 25 years. But after 2020, they decided to become a CA to spread their service beyond the traditional banking service. Because if they become a CA, that means they can collect the personal information by the user agreement. The user agreement can be created by digital signature. So in South Korea, it makes sense. So if they use digital certificate for the user agreement, the bank can collect the user financial information in one application. That's the reason why the bank they really try to become CA, because they want to provide their service beyond the traditional banking service. So now they are trying to. I think this is almost 7 banks, but you know the KB Bank has 2 different services. So totally the 8 service provided are provided by the 7 banks. And if you see the last things, the IBK means the Industrial Bank of Korea. The Industrial Bank of Korea focuses on the smaller or the middle-sized the legal entities. So they are really wanted to provide the certification service to the small size the company in South Korea. Sorry. Okay. Let's back to the perspective of the Korean assessment things. Because the Deloitte is the one of the Korean assessment bodies, the licensed body, the Korean law. So the Deloitte Korea is providing consultation service over the world, but in South Korea, we are providing the assessment service as an assessor. So this is the KYC, you know very well about that. This is the minimum requirement of a KYC to issue digital certificate. So the kind of registration, the phrase, the request to submit this kind of information to CA. So if you see that the individual, so the first one, the most important thing is the residence registration card, kind of the physical ID card. So the face-to-face, they submit the kind of things. Not face-to-face the verification. They submit this kind of information like using the camera on the card, and the card information must be checked and send it to the government database for the third-party database verification. And if you see that the middle side, that is the telecommunication, the verification for the user identity. So this is not simple SMS message testing. This is the user identity according to Korean law. So the SKT, KT, Edu Plus are the telecommunication company. Also, they also has a right to collect and use the registration numbers. So the CA send this message to the telecommunication company for the third-party database verification. The last thing is the users, the banking account checking. So the banking account identity verification is needed to issue data certificate in the case of the CAs. So for individual 2 or 3, the combination must be required to issue data certificate. So because in South Korea, this certificate is used for almost all the online transactions. So if we paid to verify user identification at the stage of registration, it would be a big problem, or it would be a big incident, not only financial sector, but also government sector. If you see the legal entities, we have 2 things. The one is we send the existence information of legal entity to the national tax service, and the other is the government, the e-document wallet provided by the government. So we also send, the CA send the legal entity information to the government e-document wallet provided by the ministry. And then the database, the check the legal entities is valid or not. The kind of things that we call that the third-party database verification. Yeah. This is a kind of future work for the Korea assessment scheme. So first of all, in South Korea, the main law that has been was amended in 2020, but the sovereignty regulation, the guideline will be amended in next year. So the KISA and the Ministry of Science and ICT is preparing how we amend secure the transaction in details, and also I'm the assessor of South Korea. We have our assessment the criteria, which consists of 12 chapters and 150 guidelines. The criteria, the assessment criteria. So also we need to develop the assessment criteria and in collaboration with the the Electronic Signature Forum. Actually, the Korea Electronic Signature Forum have 5 subcommittees. If you see this one, the assessment support is focusing on the developing the assessment, the bodies, the criteria. So I'm also leading this part of assessment support. And then also if we needed to check the additional KYC, the methods such as the facial recognition, or something new, the challenge, or something new technology, that we will live with that. And then also we are considering this signature service extension, for example, the money transfer to the other countries, or the Korean people who live in another country. It might be allowed for them to issue and use this certificate. Our service will be expanded. And the last one, ensuring the interoperability among data signature and service provided in South Korea. That is our challenge, but we need to solve in cooperation with the relevant organizations. So if I have some time, maybe to briefly introduce Raptor's update. As you may know, that I'm a member of the Raptor Task Force. I joined the Raptor Task Force last year. So This is a kind of summary what I learned from the Web3 task force, and it will be very helpful for CA candidates who are preparing the Web Trust or conducting the Web Trust in the near future or nowadays. Okay, so Web Trust is, as you know, the Web Trust developed the AICPA and the CACA, but nowadays it has been changed to the CPA Canada. So the main organization is the CPA Canada. Actually, the ownership of Web Trust program and practitioner and the enrollment sit with the CPA Canada, as I mentioned, and then the Web Trust task force also the helping the CPA Canada as advisory members to develop the Web Trust accreditation, the authorities program. And then this is the task force, the role and activities. Mainly, we are the setting and developing, the modifying the Web Trust principle and criteria for certification authority. The Web Trust for certification authority, the basic, the principle and criteria for any kind of CA management and operations. Also, we are developing the engagement reporting template. So in the near future, you will see very detailed Web Trust template. So I think within 2 years, I guess, but I'm not sure. But we are preparing the more detailed Web Trust report template, and then maybe the next year or within 2 years, maybe you will receive the template from the Web Trust, the auditors, I think. And also we are considering the new technology, for example, the IoT or the financial sector or the others, and then we are making the drafted version of the template or the criteria. Also, we are receiving the feedback from the practitioner over the world, or even the CAs. So if you have any question or inquiries, just let me know, or let the auditor know. That's is important, I think. Yeah, and then this is the brief the introduction of Web Trust current field. If you see the left one, that is Web Trust for CA. And then we also, if your CA is providing TLS certificate, then is the Web Trust baseline, the requirement, the baseline series needed to include or maintain the root CA, the programs. And the network security is the brand new. It is created in 2024, but it is essential for CAs who providing TLS. But not TLS, just digital certificate or the code signing or the other things, that it might be optional, but as I mentioned, that is essential for the CA who are providing or who will have a plan on the providing SSL or TLS service. That is essential. Okay, so if you go the code signing or the extended validation, the SMIME, that's categorized by type of data certificate, the issuing by CAs. And the registration authority is kind of the specialized, the registration authority activities. For example, there are the global CAs who are providing TLS, such as the DigiCert or the Statigo or the other things. If your organization or your CA has a contract with the RA with them, then your service, the basis on the RA must achieve the registration authority Web Trust seal. That is the essential, as I mentioned, for the SSL services providing CAs. And the marker certificate is specialized in the email protection service. If your certificate is in the emails via the Google or the Apple app or the others, then this verified marker is totally showing. But I think the Asian countries are not well known about this one. This is specialized in or focus in the North American, I think, but it's slowly spreading the area from North America to other countries. Okay, and the last thing is that if we not clean report from your auditor, then also we providing the seal that is the qualified seal. Means that there are some issues or there are some findings, but after that we tried to ignore that kind of the matters, and then we publish or submit the clean report. But these days, if the viewer or the auditors had made some kind of qualification, then you can issue this seal. Okay. We haven't enough time, but just sorry about that. But just simply speaking, the vectors for CA supporting the X9, which is the American standard for financial services. Also, the vectors CA supporting the IoT. So that is the core activities in the near future. Okay. Also, we means not Deloitte. The we means the CPA Canada. Yeah, CPA Canada will be hosting the CAP Forum, the PACE2 meeting in Toronto the next year, and then also the CPA Canada is updating the Web Trust Principle criteria through the Web Trust Task Force team members or meetings, and also the for Web Trust practitioner, the Web Trust practitioner portal is the ongoing. And so if you are a Web Trust practitioner, if you know the Web Trust practitioner can give you some example or the question or communication through the Web Trust practitioner portal. Yeah. Yeah. So today's my session is over. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Attending the conference. I'm a representative of PKI. My name is Nguyễn Thanh Phong. I work as product development manager at VNPT IT to express my representation more clearly. I like to speak in Vietnamese.
Short for Vietnam Post and Telecommunication Groups. We own a modern and nationwide telecommunications infrastructure, providing high quality, convenient, and user-friendly products and services for everyone. We we also provide quality, convenient products for everyone, and we are in the process of becoming the leading telecommunications, information technology, and media enterprise with over 70 years of construction and development. And we are focusing on developing innovative and breakthrough in ICT products, services, and solutions. And in that process, we constantly build our capacity with more than 100 experienced AI experts Our services are applied in 63 provinces and cities in Vietnam, and we are in the top 10 digital transformation platform services and IT solution, and in top 5 cybersecurity enterprises. And talking about VNPT CA, we are first CA to be licensed by MIC, and since then we have always been the pioneer in mastering the digital certificate solutions. And in 2021, we're the first CA to license to provide remote signing services. 2023, we are licensed to provide timestamp service, and in 2024, we are top one in market share and number of digital signature applications. And we have 25 companies licensed to provide remote signing services. We at the moment there are 50,000 active digital certificates, and up to now we have like 1.3 million digital signatures. And regarding VNPT Smart CA remote signing service, we have won some awards that showcase our efforts in the past few years. In 2023, we received a Global Awards Gold winner. And this remote signing service is developed by Vietnamese engineers, and we have been given the certificate to ensure the quality. Our system has been integrated with public service portals, education, healthcare, and many other digital transaction systems. We also scale horizontally as additional processing cluster to increase service capacity, and we provide digital signatures on web applications via API integration, mobile applications, SDK on iOS and Android. And we also use eKYC and OCR to identify the faces of customer, and we also use NFC communication to read the new citizen ID chip cards. And we also provide the self-service functions and features for customers for extending their ID or in replacement for so the customer don't have to go to the agencies and meet the staff in person. And all our solutions have been developed by the Vietnamese engineers. We received some very positive outcomes. For the attack detection PID, we have been awarded the ISO IC standards by iBeta, and we have and for the facial spoof detection technology, we have mapped international ISO standards, also certified by iBeta and Video Alliance. And our facial recognition technology has been ranked in the world's top 10. We have providing our services to more than 100 trusted and satisfied customers. At the moment, we have received 2 billion requests for identity verification. And with such a convenience, and we have made breakthroughs in our results with more than 1.5 million users with digital certificates. And among the sectors where digital certificates are used and digital signatures are used, you can see healthcare ranked first with nearly 30 million users, and education ranked second with around 12 million users. So in order to apply Smart CA in the medical sector, we use Smart CA to sign medical records. And also we have and now now I'd like to talk more about applying Smart CA in VNPT One Health, so VNPT. So VNPT One Health is an ecosystem digital medical solutions that help comprehensively transform the healthcare sector, in which we apply these solutions to hospitals, healthcare authorities, patients, healthcare centers, medical stations, and pharmacies. We are the biggest providers in Vietnam with 70 million medical checkups using this, where this solution has been applied 20 million patients and 30 million medical records. Our Smart CA is integrated with the medical records here. As I mentioned, it's called VNPT One Health. And the API, here API is used to integrate VNPT One Health with VNPT Smart CA. And those using Smart CAs include hospitals and clinics, doctors, medical staff, and pharmacists, managers, and also patients. In VNPT One Health, digital signature is used to replace the seal of hospitals in contracts to partners, reports to administrators. So instead of doctors and pharmacists signing, we'll have the digital signature, and they don't have to waste time and efforts. Patients similarly can confirm and also make payments using their digital signature. You can see on the screen some demonstrations of how digital signatures appears on different documents. Here we have electronic medical records. We have digital signing on a prescription. And for prescriptions, when doctors sign and confirm on Smart CA, this information will be sent to the pharmacies around nationwide, and patients and their family members can see the prescriptions and buy medicines in the pharmacies. Similarly, you can see how digital signature and digital signing is applied in medical signing medical data. And in 2023, the total number of digital transactions on the VNPT One Health system reached nearly 9 million, a five-fold increase compared to the 2022 figure. And with such benefits, we can see that the number of hospitals and medical institutions using Smart CAs on VNPT One Health has reached 85%. Some results we have achieved include we have some doctors, patients, and families using personal digital signature in medical records and prescription and document confirmations. We have been able to save 80% of the time spent on processing medical records, documents, prescription. We also save 85% of the time spent on creating, compiling, searching for files, documents, and certificates. And data is signed and sent between system hospitals and insurance agencies, and helping to save time and cost in transportation and for the patients, and also help reduce the load for the high level or central hospitals. In the education sector, as in healthcare, we have worked with lots of digital education service providers, and now we'll focus on VN Edu system, which is the ecosystem for education of VNPT. So this is a comprehensive ecosystem providing services to schools, and these kind of data can be integrated with the data system of provinces and cities to ensure the administrative management. And those involving in this ecosystem include educators, parents, teachers, and also children, so they can manage the payment for tuition fee, participation check, nutrition check, and also academic performance oversight. And we have received lots of prestigious awards in Vietnam. VN Edu system has been present in 63 provinces and cities in Vietnam. We've been able to handle 8 million people's profiles with the participation of 800K teachers. And we use API to integrate digital signing function in these software, and this require a lot of a high level of security. And at the moment, the teachers and educators can sign the administrative papers and sign the academic results of students, and also sign the contracts with contractors and tenders. Parents can also use their digital signature to confirm their children's participation in actual curricular activities of a school. And you can see on the screen how digital signing and digital signature appears in different platforms, and thanks to this, the administrators can manage these records and documents in a centralized center, in a centralized manner. And see here a certificate for certificate of graduation can be signed online. It can be signed using digital signature and then sent to the student. Thanks to the application of Smart CA on VN Edu, we have been able to minimize the cost equivalent to 1 to 3 for each user. And until 2025, lots of CA providers also provide free services for teachers and medical and healthcare workers. from 2023 to this moment. The number the number of schools using digital signature and VNUD reach around more than 10,000, and this is an increase of 5 times compared to the 2022 and 2023 figure. And we have also achieved some positive outcomes. For example, we have been able to save 90% document management costs, 90% of time creating, searching records, cost of storing, preserving documents. And we also have been able to manage the situation at school in a proficient and timely manner. And last but not least, I'd like to talk a bit about the impacts of evaluations and lessons learned in Vietnam. In the medical sector, the application of smart CAs have created big changes in the medical field. Help to shorten the implementation process, ensure confidentiality, and help to smoothly manage medical information from the Ministry and Department of Health to local medical facilities. And the digitalizations of these activities also help promote different types of online remote health checkup and health consulting. And this helps to improve the accessibility of patients to medical services, and this also help reduce the load for the central hospitals. In the education sector, the application of digital signature helps to accelerate the digital transformation in education sector, helps to improve the security of sensitive and private information like academic transcript, or help to enhance the management process of government agencies. And also, it also helps save the cost, as all the data have been integrated in the cyberspace, and parents and teachers find it easier to manage the children, the students. And also it helps promote digital transformation in the education sector, and of the public services in education fields. For example, signing labor contracts with teachers, enrolling courses for students. So in that process, we share our experiences with administrators and also beneficiaries, and we have some proposal as follows. First and foremost, we need to promote the specific and detailed benefits of digital signatures in each field, and not in general, so that the potential users can truly understand and reduce the apprehension. Second, we should synchronize infrastructure investment and software solution to ensure good user experience quality. And third, we need to and the implementation of digital signature must be organized with a clear plan, carefully transitioning each stage from easy to complex so that users can adapt timely. And fourth, we need to focus on ensuring the security of personal data through the transition from paper records to electronic data, and data authenticated by digital signatures through training courses. And last but not least, we need to ensure the collaborations between and the private businesses and government bodies in training and capacity building. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Phong. And now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Jerry Xu, Chief Technology Officer of me Taiwan, to present the trends of digitalized credentials and identity verification.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today at the symposium. My name is Jerry Xu. You can call me Jerry because my Chinese name is Xu Yousen. I think it's hard to pronounce for most of people. Yeah, I'm the CTO of OSME. So today I will discuss in the evolution of digital credentials and identity verification. But I heard a lot of issues have been covered in the previous slides, but it's okay. It's okay, let's just give an overview again. So first, OSME, oh, sorry. Okay, again, I'm the CTO of OSME, and OSME is a company who provide the service of eKYC. So we focus on how to verify the identity online. And our main customer will be a bank or some different companies they require or they want to enhance the security for a certain action, like transfer money, or they want to pay the money to a teacher, then which is the case used in the education. So the main purpose of OSME, we are providing eKYC, but our main goal is try to solution that provides a reliable identity verification to build a security for digital world. So everything related to this is one of the things that we might touch. But currently, eKYC, the first step of enrollment is the service we provide. Okay. Let's start from what's digital identity. And in our idea, is about the collection. It includes attributes such as unique identity number. This is the most common one that you got the ID number, you will have a unique number inside a nation. And social security number is one of the example. And vaccination code might be a yellow card, or well, it depends on what kind of paper you issued by the company. Or name or place, this kind of attributes. And date of birth, citizenship, there are different type. And the first, the digitalized one, you can see that ID card might be one of the things that we mentioned, what we see before. And some, like I remember that these 2 years, United States tried to release a digital driver license. This is another kind of digital identity. And biometrics-related ID number, that's what I saw on the document, but I'm not so sure about the detail of how does it implement it in India. But, well, then like mobile ID or digital ID wallet, I believe the last one, ID wallet, is one of the trend stuff, and I'd like to discuss more in the following pages. Okay. So since we are doing eKYC stuff, so we have to follow standards to ensure that our product can meet the requirement from government or business company. So in our scenario, the first we notice is ISO 30107, and it was mentioned in the previous slides, I believe. And it defines the presentation attack, what kind of image will be classified as an attack, like if you print a paper and there's a face and put on inside a camera, this kind of behavior should be classified as an attack. Or if you cut the paper into pieces and you stick to your face, then you try to pass liveness check, it still should be classified as an attack. Then this is the first standard we will notice. The second one is a FIDO biometric component certification, was proposed by FIDO in 2019. And it covers more different type of biometrics, not just facial, but also the fingerprints or the voice or the way your signature. They set a standard to verify the tool if the tool is reliable. Then the third one is dark oath. Dark oath is the first one I saw that to define the basic process of doing eKYC. They mentioned that you have to provide a valid documents and you have to provide the face which pass the liveness detection, and you do the comparison. Then after this process, we will ensure that the document, the one who holding the document is exactly the person we want to we allow to perform some certain action. Then in 2023, there is a NIST proposed PAD program, but it's proposed now. But currently, they are not going to receive any new application. But just address that no NIST also noticed that the potential damage might caused by presentation attack. Okay. Expand the standard we mentioned before, dark oath. This is the basic concept, the process of eKYC. So first thing that we might use OCR way to get the data from a car or from a document, but there are a lot of issues that like we have when we try to, as a service provider, when we try to support more card from country, we might have difficulty to understand the words, the meaning of that. Like especially when I try to, when we support some card from Middle East, I cannot even recognize the number. It's hard for Asian, but it's one of the issues we have to cover. And also another emerging thing, like NFC chip reading is it's more and more car is support this kind of solution. Unfortunately, in Taiwan, just only passport can support this one. And in fact, the most passport that if you can see, there's a chip logo on your front page, that one can support NFC reading. But not every country always issues kind of stuff. So it's one of the most common way to get NFC documents, but not the most reliable way. But still, it provides most number all around the world. Then after the document part, you can see that facial comparison is one of the most common solution to verify if the holder is the owner of the documents. Because in passport, not everyone know that, but in fact, if you try to do NFC reading, there's a photo inside, so you can get a very clear picture of your face. Then can be used for facial comparison. Then again, that if you want to input your face into the system, you must pass the liveness detection, and it refers to the standard that sorry. It refers to a standard that I mentioned in 30107. Okay. Then I want to say that the digitalizing the traditional document is very useful when we try to do eKYC or verify identity. Obviously, they can enhance the security, because currently when we try to receive a document, a lot of customers will ask me, how can I be sure that the document is real? I cannot ensure it's real, because if you use a very good printer and you choose the right car and you make some hard carbon or something like that and put it, if you make a photo, then you send it to someone else, it's very hard to identify if it's a fake one or a real one. And it also improves efficiency. Like what I said, that when we try to analyze the content, it takes time. And like OCR, in Osmith product, we try to make everything faster. So we will put some AI model onto the edge to ensure that the response time is short. But in fact, like OCR or face comparison model is too big. It's hard for us to put onto the edge model. So which means it might we have to transfer some data back to the server, and it might take some time. So efficiency is another thing that can be benefited from digitalized document. Then the third one is the environmental cost benefits that was mentioned in the previous slides. There's a lot of, well, we can see this is a very obvious benefit. Okay, then when we see the digital document, I think the EU is one of the good example because they proposed the EIDAS in 2014, and there's one thing that we noticed, and even when we try to talk to the governments, they want to build a rule to consider like how to do cross-border business and identity verification, and that's one of the key one of the example that we can see around the world to do this kind of task, because most of the time when we try to do some document validation or something like it, we are always talking inside. There is an inside nation, and there is a one reliable authority, and the issue is about how can I get the permission to access the data from this authority. Yeah, and the others in the EU, they maxing forward last year, they proposed 2.0, EIDAS 2.0, and there is one thing about ID wallet. And last year, OSMI tried to create something like that, and we eventually gave up because there's one critical issue that I cannot force anyone to connect to my platform. So which is hard to push, make the app is useful for the end user because there is no vendors that's going to cooperate with you. But EU do something different in the ID wallet issue. They in their documents, they ask the big tech like Amazon, Microsoft, they have to connect to the ID wallet in EU if they want to run the business inside. I believe this is one of the key action to make some progress because if without this action, I believe that it might take decades to adapt to the end users because that happened before. Okay, SIMPAS is another one that we will consider that basically I just discussed with Mr. Carter, sit right behind, right side of me, that SIMPAS is originally is for labor insurance, and in 2008. Singapore noticed that this might be one of the systems that cover most people that can do as a identity verification service. So they make some change to SIMPAS and made it more useful for the not just for the government service but also for the business. Okay, then let's get back to Taiwan's issue. Taiwan has implemented one system they call TW FIDO, and it's based on the system that the digital signature system that's originally we used a real card to do this kind of action. Then we used to make it online by TW FIDO. And originally, in fact, as a Taiwanese, I don't really like this one. I don't like this service because this the use case is very limited because you will only notice this kind of the use when you try to pay the tax or try to access some labor insurance issue. But it's not going to be used in the most in your daily life. And currently, OSMI is the one who maintains this system. We are trying to build a scenario for the end user. We add one API to TW FIDO. Then it will allow the user to sign the signature, seal the file and transmit to another one through a TW FIDO. Before that, we just only the TW FIDO is only used in the government, but not for the public. So that's the one idea we are trying to make some promotion to this system. Okay, another one that it started from this year that Taiwan proposed a new project called ID Wallet, and it was hosted by Ministry of Digital Affairs, which is a relatively new government department. It's not like this one. This one was hosted by Ministry of Interior for 6 years. But you know that just like most government systems, the progress is not so fast, so good. So the new department, Ministry of Digital Affairs, they launched a new program. They try to make the certificates that can be transferred faster compared to the previous one that we can only not like TW FIDO that can only use the specific app and you must apply to the real place and you have to get the car in person, then you can digitalize that. The process is too long because the user must go somewhere to finish for application. But ID Wallet is different because you can apply online, and in fact, the ID Wallet is not going to release any new certificate. They will be like a highway, it's like a public infrastructure. They will accept different kind of certificate issued by the authority, and from different one, might be from Ministry of Interior or might from another government department. And the ID Wallet will provide a way to distribute these certificates, and that you have an easy way to validate if the signature or the certification is valid or not. That's the one purpose. It's going to be released, planned to release in by the end of 2005, but we'll see like what kind of, because we are not the one who run the program, but we believe this might be one of the big steps for the digital document. Okay, then the main challenge for digital documents will be, again, privacy and security is always the top concern. When you try to put this kind of thing, they will worry about who is going to own the data, who can see this kind of data. So ensure the citizen protection during digitalization is one of the main issues. In 2020, there is a program called EID in Taiwan, and the project is basically shut down because there is no legislation can support this kind of usage. So we totally failed the EID program. That's the reason why still we can see TWID or ID Wallet program goes on, because if EID succeed, there is no room for the other application. Then another one is the infrastructure challenge, because most of the time that the organization that can run this kind of service will be the government. But in Taiwan, the government don't really, they will not build a very big IT operation team to operate or maintain or even prepare for the potential attack, security attack, cyber attack. So that's one of the issue that might cause real trouble, because this authority hosts so many sensitive data and they don't really have capability to protect this one. That's the reason why when we joined the TW FIDO, in fact, in the first 2 months, we spent a lot of time on system upgrade or security patch, this kind of issue. This is very common in the government, in the application hosted by government. Then the third one is public trust. Still, again, somehow it's related to the first one, that how to gain the trust from public, then it will eventually trigger or decide how widely the system can be used. Because if they don't really want to do, or there's some, Taiwan's news freedom is on top of Asia area, so it might cause some trouble that, in fact, some misuse or misunderstanding might spread fast. That causes a more serious public trust issue. As a technology guy, I believe EID can bring us safety and efficiency, but in fact, eventually, back to 2020, we fail because there is no public trust and there is no legislation can support this kind of issue. Then fail, but still, we are trying another way to make it happen. Okay, so for the future part, that the digital identity, first, a digital identity, we still believe it enhances security. A streamlined verification as an eKYC service provider, I'm happy to see there are more and more documents getting digitalized and in a real way. I have to say one example that some digitalized car is a bit weird, like Japan's resident car. They have a very special design. They put a picture inside a car, and once you read it out, you still need OCR service instead of getting the real data inside it. I don't know why they decided to do that, but that's what happened currently. So if we want to make it digitalized, make it right. Okay. And the future outlook, like the more country, we believe there's going to be adopted framework. We can see a lot of companies have done this before, just like a previous presentation. We can see a very real use case here. I'm happy to see that because as an eKYC service, they can save my time to handle a lot of different documents or certificates. Yeah. And but add on this biometrics is very critical to strike the balance between security and efficiency. Most of the time when we talk to security, we will try to put more and more check and to ensure that one can be accessed safely. But in the meantime, that also means the user will get tired of this tool because they will be frustrated many times because they just don't really know how to use that. But in fact, the kind of tool can help them. So we have to, biometrics is one of the tool that we see is very appropriate in the most scenario. But of course, if we talk to the trust framework, there's a level of assurance. For the top level, we can still use the old way, not old way, use some solution that is based on the real device, or like USB token or the MC chip reading. But biometrics is one of the solution that can provide more solution to the different scenario. Yes. Then call to action. The final one is when we try to talk about the ID, when we talk to EIDAS, that I mentioned that cross-border exchange solution is very useful when we wanted to maximize the utilization of digital documents, because currently the trust is only within the nation, because that's the range that the most government can trust. But in fact, it's not. The passport show a very the passport is one of the solution, one of the example that how to build the trust across the country. And I believe EIDAS provide us more, they show a different solution to this. And this is one of the things that can make not just the one country more efficient, but the whole world or at least within our region. Okay. Okay, again, eKYC is a service. OSMI is an eKYC service provider. We support 192 documents, also in MC chip reading included. And we've retrieved 3 million verification workload, and we have various cooperation with different industrial, like not just the governments, but also some bank and education, or even electronic or industrial. Yeah. Okay, my presentation is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Chu. And now, after 4 presentations, I will come to the panel discussion. And please welcome Mr. Vijay Manjunatha, Secretary General, to coordinate the panel discussion.
Sau phiên thảo luận thì chúng ta sẽ
So good afternoon once again. It's a bit delay in time, but I think we had very wonderful sessions coming, 2 on biometrics, and then we also had a lot of Vietnam use cases. We also saw Korean use case and implementation along with the compliance trends happening there. Just that we are short of time, what we can do is maybe we'll do like 10 minutes of panel and take some Q&A, one round of questions. I have certain points. I have too many points actually to discuss. It was very interesting sessions. But maybe what we'll do is we will quickly do one round and maybe we'll ask audience if they have any questions. So to start with, Mr. Covey, you interestingly covered about centralized identity systems, decentralized systems, federated systems, all using biometrics. When we talk about biometrics in digital identity, a lot of national identity programs are using this biometrics. How critical is biometric verification and how do we ensure accuracy and inclusivity in such system? Because inclusivity is always a question with national identity systems. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an excellent question. I think biometrics is increasingly important for ease of use for the user and also the level of assurance that the person is actually a real person, that they are genuinely present at the time, and is not actually a mask or a digital injection attack. I mean, we heard some of the speakers talking about presentation attacks, which essentially is somebody using a mask or in fact a photograph in front of the screen. Well, actually, what we are seeing is an increasing amount of digital injection attacks, where actually people are injecting code directly into the system. And when you're faced with injection attack sophistication, biometrics and particularly liveness checking using biometrics is frankly the only solution that works. Now, accessibility and inclusion is also extremely important. And one of the challenges I think that we as solution providers face is how do we ensure that our ability to detect liveness, that is a real person, is simple to use. A good example is we're seeing increasing sophistication now in attack methodology, such that traditional solutions that say move your head to the left, move your head to the right, lift an eyebrow, drop down, no longer work. They're no longer secure. Biometrics is how you make it secure because you can have passive liveness checking. And biometrics offers you that in a way that, for example, a human interaction can't any longer do. So biometrics is core to the security, but it's also absolutely critical to the accessibility and inclusion.
Great, that's the answer. And just continuing with that point, Jerry touched upon a similar point of biometrics, what ATMI is doing. What Mr. Covey mentioned is also on liveness detection. Jerry, how do you feel, how does liveness detection and biometric verification prevent fraud in digital identity systems, especially preventing AI-based attacks? Because AI is increasingly growing, so how do you feel that's making a room over there? Good.
Okay. In fact, one company is is dealing with this attack all the time because that we are operating a SaaS service, so we will send a human to check a result every day. So we will see that not just liveness detection, but also the document forgery is also very common when we try to. Well, I will not say it's a very high percentage. In fact, it's below 1%. So that's the reason why we say when we try to strike the balance between efficiency and security, we cannot just say face is not 100%, so I give it up. No, it's not the case. But still, that the problem is that the AI model is they will always has their own weakness spot. So we have to prepare all the time to the new type of attack. For like recently, that we can see a lot of issue raised by generative AI or deepfake, a more traditional way. But in fact, currently it's more easy. It's way easy than before. That everyone has a GPU, they can download the GitHub project, then run the program, then try to attack us. Then of course, that as a e-crisis service or liveness detection, the service provider, we have to create our own sample and train model to try to detect this. Yeah.
Thank you. I think threat models have to be improved continuously, and again, we have to look into false positives coming in there. Yeah. Excellent. I mean, I'll move on to Mr. Shin and talking about KYC. I mean, there are various subjects you spoke about. I think I have plenty of questions to discuss, but maybe we'll directly get into one question, particularly talking of identity verification. What are the methods of verification in South Korea for issuing digital signatures, and mainly about compliance? How do they ensure trust and compliance? Is there any biometric system what you utilize in South Korea?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your question. It's a good question. Yeah, in South Korea also we the widely spread the using the biometric information or biometric the verification or the facial recognition. So my presentation is focused on at the phase of registration before issuing the certificate, like the eKYC. Yeah. In case of that, in South Korea, we also a little worry about the AI generating image or the kind of the bad try to make some confusion about that. So as an assessor and the interview of the conservative way, so we actually suggest the combination of the identification, the evidence, such as the first of all, you should make the phone on the physical ID card, and then you will check the facial recognition. But facial recognition is only one solution. So with the combination with the making photo of the nation ID, and then the mobile ID verification, and then also the banking account identity verification are involved. So three of combination are complete, then it is no problem to issue this certificate.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I'll move on to Mr. Fong from Vietnam. The question, I think you covered quite good use cases on education and healthcare. Healthcare is a very important sector where they look into privacy and protection along with trust. Can you tell us a little bit more on how digital signatures can help address the concerns relating to document integrity and authentication, particularly in like sensitive information areas of healthcare?
Vâng, tôi.
So I'd like to answer the chairman's question as well. The moderator's questions. In Vietnam, at the moment, we in applying digital signatures, our main subjects, we target doctors mainly, and so for the medical records, prescription. And these are the documents that where the security must be ensured, and these also contain sensitive information, and we apply digital signature to prevent frauds, and these data will be synchronized in the portal of the Ministry of Health, centrally managed by the state, by the government. So the patients and also their family members can search for these kind of information to verify that the prescription and medical records are correct.
Thank you very much. Just extending that question, what measures are in place? Because you mentioned about remote signing service being used for the digital signature usage. How do you prevent potential fraud? Because it's a remote signing service, right? So how the frauds are prevented?
Cái phần công nghệ.
So actually, when we complete our development research, and and that has been assessed according to the standards, technical standards of our Ministry of Information and Communication. We have satisfied all the technical requirements on compliance, and besides, we also have a module to activate digital signature. We have been licensed by, and we have been awarded a certificate by an EU unit, an EU agency, so we can ensure that our technical system meets the demands of the remote signing authentication.
Very much. I think standards play again a crucial role in all these activities. The technology is backed with standards, and that ensures the necessary precautions being taken to ensure the sensitivity, data protection, and security aspects. Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the panel? So with that, maybe we can move on and then we break for coffee. Are there any questions to the panel from the audience? If not, maybe we can move on breaking for a coffee. It's a very interesting topic. Hope we had more time to discuss. As Mr. Kovi also mentioned in his presentation, we should have spent more time on this topic, but given the agenda imposes this particular timing, let's break here, but let's network around and maybe any questions we can discuss together. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Yeah.
Your seat so we can start our third session. So in today's event, we talk about the policy framework, technology, and standards. And now I'd like to invite you to the session 3 on use cases. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Carter Tan, a technical account manager of AMEA Nexus Group in Singapore, to present the PKI case study for workforce, workplace, and IoT. Xin chào quý vị, xin cảm ơn vì đã mời tôi có mặt ngày hôm nay để chia sẻ. Lần đầu tiên, đây là lần đầu tiên là tôi trình bày ở hội thảo ở Việt Nam. Và trong cái bài trình bày của tôi thì tôi sẽ trình bày một số các cái nội dung liên quan đến các cái ví dụ.
Okay, I will share a bit about what Nexus is all about and what are the trends that we see with customers in the Asia countries, how they are using and adopting PKI use cases, right? Well, I think today here, many of us have shared about how they use PKI for signing and authentication. But there's a lot more use cases just rather than just authentication and identification, right? So just some quick short facts about Nexus. So Nexus started off as a PKI solutions company with 30 over years of experience, right? And our HQ is based in Stockholm, Sweden, right? And our regional HQ is based in India. I'm the one and only person in the Nexus Group that is based in Singapore. So actually, I'm here to actually share more as well because I have quite a fair bit of insight about what is happening around in the Asia side of things as well, right? And well, we have quite a fair bit of different innovations over time, and we have been trusted by the Fortune 500 companies for our trusted solution. Right. So as of 2018, Nexus Group was acquired by a French company, conglomerate, known as In-Group. In-Group, I will just share more about our structure. So In-Group is our parent company right now, and they are providing identity solutions for the French government and also different customers in a different part of the world, especially in the government sector itself. So they actually provide quite a fair bit of a different solutions, such as identity, like biometrics, like your passport, your smart cards, and so, right? As for Nexus, where I'm staffed in, which is we are providing software solutions for business professionals and IoT environment as well. So we actually cover quite a fair bit, not only just PKI. Over the years, we have also acquired certain software such as multi-factor authentication software, and we also developed our own server signing solution that is currently right now being used by CCA India itself to provide the services for server-side signing in India, right? Another part of our business unit, which is SPS Group, they provide like a biometric hardware for like all the hardwares, like your smart card chips, biometric equipment to customers, and therefore In-Group acquired them to build up a complete solutions company for dealing with identity management, right? In addition, we have a last company group here, which is a Sirius. Sirius is like a company that deals with fraud detection. So they actually have a very big database of different kind of information, such as a passport, dollar notes, so as to like help companies or governments in different countries to actually review and how to detect fake notes or even fake passports, right? So in Nexus itself, we believe in trusted identities, right? We take the zero trust approach, and we always believe there are two key factors that needs to be issued out with identities, right? Definitely people, whereby it can be the workforce, it can be the citizens of a country itself. They all need a proper digital identity, as we are actually moving quite rapidly over the years with digitization. I think Vietnam has done so. The last time I came to Vietnam, I think back in 2015, I've seen a huge change in Vietnam's technology and the digitization efforts, right? So we are moving faster and faster across, and therefore, like there are more and more, like when we adopt more and more new technologies, the threats become more as well. So therefore, trusted identities are needed to be issued to users and individuals to make sure that they are actually well secured as well. Next, we actually have another key focus area, which is enterprise and IoT devices. So enterprise, like businesses, right? In the context of zero trust, we only believe in the devices that are issued from a certified authority or trusted source as a trusted device to be able to communicate with one another, right? And with the evolution of IoT over the years, we are seeing more and more IoT devices everywhere, right? And devices can range from even your smart meters at home, right? They are all considered as IoT device, and they are exposed relatively out to threats, especially when they are out in the wild, right? So some of the trends that we observe over the years, especially in terms of like from an enterprise, I think the first point is talking about the enterprise itself. So we have seen quite a fair bit of our customers in the enterprise context itself adopting more towards a mobile PKI, right? Whereby the staff or the multi-factor authentication solution that they're using are also bundled with the digital certificate that they're using as well. So Nexus, we have our own solution to provide that. And later I will share a use case about one of our customers as well. Why was the move, they decided to move towards a mobile PKI. So this is one of the key things. Mobile PKI is one key thing that we have noticed more and more customers are adopting and using, right? For the second point itself, well, although like here at this point, we are talking about the advanced metering infrastructure. Well, we have advanced metering infrastructure is pointing to energy companies, right? So I think I should have contextualize it in a way that right now the cyber threats are becoming more and more, well, scary in a way, right? Especially with the current volatile situation right now with a lot of wars coming here and there. And the critical infrastructure assets that we have also need to be trusted by our own country and own people as well. And how do we do so is to also issue out digital identity. And later I'll talk about one of the use cases and share some details about why they are adopting PKI to secure their advanced metering infrastructure, right? The next point, last point is an interesting one. One of our biggest customers in the Middle East, right? They are building up a smart city in their country itself, and they have engaged our solution to build up their trust center services in their country, not only to issue and provide identity services to their country users, but also to secure their IoT devices, their smart plug and charge vehicle, electric vehicle chargers as well. So it's actually expanding from just a initial case of providing trust services for people to also enterprise devices and also users, critical infrastructures as well. So it's like making full use of the IoT PKI solution that they have to secure their country, right? So this is the first use case that we have seen, which is relating to one of the countries, Thailand itself, Thailand's Ministry of Finance. They are one of our customer, GFMIS. So initially they had this, their multi-factor authentication solution, right, was a legacy one, and it was actually using hardware tokens, which is creating quite a pain for them in a way, right? I think everyone knows that hardware tokens can be easily misplaced and lost, and just to replace it is always a pain, right? I think I've also come across multiple customers in other regions, such as Malaysia as well, feedbacking and sharing about this kind of challenges, right? And the second part of things is more about the more critical piece, which is the security concern that they have. Hardware tokens, the users in the organization are misplacing their hardware tokens anywhere, or even sharing their hardware tokens with anyone, sharing even the PIN code itself. And this creates a lot of concern in a way from their perspective, right? So these are one or two of the key concerns that they have. And however, the last thing was more of an operational issue, right? To onboard users, especially in the enterprise with 300 over 1,000 users or 30,000 over users, right? To a new multi-factor authentication solution, any solution, onboarding is always a pain, and it's very hard to do so. So from our end, we are able to provide a certain identity management solution for users to actually perform self-service. I think more and more organizations are adopting self-service as a ways and means for users, right? Even like for your national digital identity solutions for your respective countries, you are also doing that in a way, right? Trying to minimize the steps and methods that is required that will help to ensure that a seamless and easy to use kind of solution. So we do provide that for the customer itself in Thailand itself. So we actually provide them with the solution, and it helps to address like quite other additional key things. For example, like centralizing their web services to a common portal so that they don't have to perform multiple lock-ons most of the time. At the same time, using a mobile PKI, right? They can actually eliminate the need for password, right? Without the device itself, you can't actually log on, because it's a trusted source, trusted device, and trusted solution to actually log on to your services. Okay, and in terms of ROI, definitely cost savings is one of the key things. However, like I think the bigger concern would be trying to address not only just the self-service portion, but also the security concern that they have, because users with their own smartphone device, users are pretty much tied to their own smartphone device nowadays, right? They won't misplace it here and there, hold it, and then they won't keep sharing around their mobile devices. So this actually helps to address one of the use cases. So we have another central bank in Philippines as well, right? They are also considering to move towards, right now they are using smart cards. So they are also considering to eliminate this need of like issuing out smart cards to users, instead using mobile PKI as an option, right? So it's very, it's a trend that we are seeing, and we are seeing more and more enterprises and even government sectors adopting this. Next, I'll be talking about one of the key customers that we have in Saudi Arabia, right? The Saudi Electric is one of our biggest customers, and they had a need to actually deliver, like set up their smart meter infrastructure, right? 10 million over devices out in the wild, like at everybody's home, right? To make sure that they can actually collect the necessary data or information about the electricity consumption that they use, right? In addition, these devices that are out in the wild, they can also pose a threat for the energy company itself, because they are out in the wild. If somebody unplugs its net or try to connect to its network or hijack the device itself or replace with a malicious device, it may affect and stretch all the way to the internal side of things, right? Which can be a bigger problem. So, yeah, for the threats for advanced metering infrastructure, there are numerous kind of threats, right? Especially like cheating of a system to actually get cheaper electricity. That's one of the key things, right? And also like putting in malicious device to create a denial of service. And last but not least, the biggest concern of all, well, state-sponsored attacks, like from cyber terrorists right now, right? So that's where they actually saw a need to actually implement a trusted identity solutions for all these IoT devices, right? Smart meters out in the wild that is connected to their networks itself, right? And right now, I think even more, like in terms of manufacturing all these IoT devices, most of these devices will come with a birth certificates, right? And however, this does not well mitigate the issue of supply chain attack, right? I think a supply chain attack recently has come on top of quite a fair bit of the people's concern with the current, well, hostile situation in the war-torn regions, right? So supply chain attack is something that is of big concern. And with a PKI solution within your advanced metering infrastructure, you can issue out the digital identities to your specific device, eliminating the need of using these birth certificates to connect to your infrastructure itself, right? So this is just only for the critical infrastructure, like such as advanced metering infrastructure for the energy sector. We are also seeing like a few customers that are securing their telco networks, right? Telco is also another key infrastructure for every country itself. And well, all these base stations, devices, and radio networks are actually out in the wild, right? Anybody can physically tamper with them in a way. And how to prevent such threats or concerns is to really issue out a trusted identity to all these devices, right? So we are seeing a trend with more and more this, such as I've recently worked with quite a fair bit of countries that have shown interest, for example, like Thailand, and I also worked with, have some initial discussion with customers from Malaysia as well. So we are seeing this trend growing up, especially for critical infrastructure, because they are well, you can consider a critical infrastructure as the backbone of a country. If it's down, it will affect the country big time. So last slide, well, last two slides. I'm going to cover about a smart city that we have done in the Middle East itself. So they are building up a trust center services in Middle East itself to actually, well, provide the services to the country itself, right? So in terms of from a mobile app perspective, right, we are helping them to build up a mobile app that provides a visual identification, app that can store their digital identity, right? And also provide the services for authentication and digital signing as well. So they can, citizens can actually use their mobile app itself, the certificate on their mobile app itself to perform a mobile digital signing, right? In addition to that, right, we have other key use cases for like they are actually starting out with their internal government sector itself, whereby providing security and issuing digital identities to their workforce workplace, and including their software development pipeline. For example, like a CI/CD, right? A lot of organizations and especially government right now, they are also using continuous development, integration and development to create secure software before it's being rolled out, right? So these are also some of the initiatives that are exploring to push it, the trust center services out to the government sector, the citizens, right? Another sector that we have just now covered for IoT side of things, we will be covering, we will be providing the trust center services to their telco and also their energy sector as well. And not only that, nowadays, the adoption for electric vehicles is becoming more and more across the globe itself. And all these charging points, smart meterings, to actually bill correctly, right, when the users try to charge their vehicles is crucial, right? And they can, I would say gradually they may also become a critical infrastructure one day because they are providing energy to critical devices as well, right? So all these are some of the things that we are working together with them to push towards to develop a smart city. And in terms of education itself, I think we are trying to explore how we can push a visual ID into their super app itself and also provide digital signing onto the certificate itself so that when they employ for any jobs also, they can actually show it on the mobile app itself, right? So these are the building blocks that we have in terms of how we actually provide the whole solution, right? So the app itself will be actually providing a visual identification. For the government employees also, they will actually use it for logging on to the services, corporate services, right? Email encryption and also digital signing, right? And in terms of physical access itself, we do have physical access solutions that we partner with them. So one of the key things that for this smart city, I forgot to mention was that they were also intending to build out a solution to capture all the enrollment for tourists and visitors to the smart city, allow them to install an app on it, and also have their digital identity being pushed down to the app so that the tourists, whenever they perform anything, they can be actually tracked and recorded to ensure that they are trusted and authorized to come into the country. That is one of the key initiatives as well. So in terms of the certificate services, we are able to issue out to also key devices such as what I mentioned just now, enterprise devices, and also IoT and EV, electric vehicles. So there is tons of, there's a lot of different use case that we can see, right? PKI is not only just for users itself to perform digital signing and authentication, but it can be expanded to more. And with the current tensions right now, I think it's even more focused in this area of cybersecurity in terms of protecting all the key infrastructures by a lot of different countries and customers, right? With that, I end my presentation, and thank you so much.
Xin cảm ơn ông về phần trình bày vừa rồi. Sau đây tôi xin mời ông Phùng Huy Tâm để I'd like to invite Mr. Phùng Huy Tâm, Chairman of Vietnam Certificate Authority and Digital Transaction Club, to present the efforts of public CAs in promoting personal digital signatures in Vietnam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Vietnam Certificate Authority and Digital Transaction Club, I'd like to thank the Asia PKI Consortium, and I'd like to present some activities by members of our club in implementing PKI as well as popularizing digital signature in Vietnam. Here are some of the key contents. First of all, I'd like to give a brief introductions about members of VCDC. The VCDC is a specialized organization, and the Vietnam Information Security Association has been involved in promoting the adoption of digital signatures. We have the professional members with experience in implementing PKI nationwide. We work towards the goals of promoting digital signatures in Vietnam, as well as securing digital transactions at the most reasonable cost. We have been working with NEAC in legal, technical, market, and social aspects over the past few years. He worked in different fields, for example, policy advocacy activities, legal compliance, R&D activities, as well as the social contributions. And also we share experiences in implementing digital signatures, IT, as well as digital signatures for businesses. And at the moment, we are focusing on how to popularize the personal digital signatures. And we believe that we will be able to achieve this goal because we have brought lots of benefits to organizations and businesses. For example, we ensure the effectiveness, productivity, convenience, high quality, and also open up new opportunities for businesses in joining the digital economy. At the same time, we constantly upgrade our technology and integrate new standards in our technology. For example, we apply a variety of technologies, and we are willing to provide this centralized or token, decentralized digital signatures via tokens or cloud post signing. The highlight here is that after facing lots of challenges, we have chosen this suitable technology, and we are implementing one-stop technology. It means the customers can just register the services, log in the service, and digitally sign, store, and documents in an electronic environment in a visualized environment. And so far, we have issued 10 million digital certificates. And annually, we are providing 10 billion annual secure digital signature transactions. We have also sorry a bit for technical issues. We have also provided our service to personal digital signatures for 63 cities and provinces. And for the businesses, we have also provided it nationwide. And in this year, the number of personal digital signatures has been accelerating. That said, we realized that there remain some fields that haven't been prioritized, or some fields, for example, you can see on the charts. So we show some fields, some areas where where the application of digital signatures hasn't been prioritized. So we'll continue promoting the initiatives on providing digital signatures in provinces or cities or in faraway areas, and also introduce policies to quickly spread the use of digital signatures. And at the moment, all businesses in Vietnam have been using digital signatures in procedures with and protocols with the government bodies and with our customers. Similarly, for individuals and personal digital signatures, we have also developed ecosystem to popularize the use of digital signature in different activities. For example, in education, shopping, administrative service, and administrative form filling. And we also realize we think that we need to be more proactive in implementing this initiative, and we have been promoting digital signatures in different workshops and forums. Last year we held a walking event, but this year we have been using banners on public transport, or we also use banners on elevators of different buildings. And recently we also put out banner on the crossroads. And we hope that with such efforts, in the coming time, in the coming future, 100% of our population will have digital signatures. So what we have achieved last year has been a great motivation. And at the moment, the rate of adult population with digital signature is 13%, and we are striving to achieve 100%. And at the moment, we are introducing some special programs to enhance the accessibilities of for users. And last but not least, we hope that the government, as well as the local authorities, will continue promoting the popularization of digital signatures. And we ourselves will continue making our efforts to attract users in using digital signatures, and implement the incentive programs, and help raise the awareness of users on the benefits of digital signatures. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Phùng Huy Tâm, for your very detailed and insightful presentation. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Bijua Varghese, Executive Vice President of Emudra, India, to present use cases securing digital future.
So very good afternoon, all of you. As we enter into the last presentation session of the day. As a customary provision, we are actually giving a big namaste from India. We are actually presenting enabling the digital future using digital signatures and the use cases which we have done at scale in a country like India. But as we speak, we have what is that the consumers want. Taking about the young generation, the Gen Z, we can actually see that they really don't want to do the ease of and convenient process. What is that the seamless experience, and moreover that the security and the privacy. Because you have actually seen that the conventional, the age of my father, where they have actually walking personally to a bank, and right now the young generation don't even know what is actually a bank look like. So you can actually see that there are the banking transactions, banking use case, the experience itself is directly coming to the devices like mobile phones, but we require the security. So organizations are transforming and want to achieve the sustainable growth, first and foremost, to offer to the customers, personalization and exceptional customer experience, innovative and tailored product and services, because that is what they differentiate each other. And what to operate, it is actually through reimagining and transforming these processes. So we can see that the documents are everywhere. Every process, including any enterprise or a bank is concerned or a government office is concerned, it starts from the human resources to the finance, to the legal, to the procurement, sales organization, and a lot of other departments within the enterprise itself. You can actually see there a movement of paper everywhere. So how can we actually leverage? And this is what the theme which we are talking about. How can we leverage this particular thing by transforming this entire episode? Because there are solutions which are available to make most of those applications digital, but we still don't have the security in place. People require to sign the paper just to prove that the consent is actually been taken and for the regulatory purpose. So if you can actually see the process in the before implementing the digital signature process or the signing process, we can actually take several weeks or days to week, where they take from the downloading the form to printing it, for signing it, where taking from authorized signatories and couriering it to the branch or a government office, or the documents need to be processed, it need to be retrieved, accepted into the system, and the manual data entry, and finally they actually take some action. But through the digital process, we can even see that this entire process can be straight through. But by implementation of digital signatures, more from the straight through processing, it can also ensure that the integrity, the non-repudiation, and authentication of the users can be efficiently done. So this actually takes a step where we need to have the power of a digital identity and verifiable claims. So we can see that world is moving towards the digital identities and verifiable claims, both in which it is actually built on the foundation of cryptographic trust. So you can see if we are creating a layer of a presenceless layer, which is a unique digital identity and a federated authentication. Over on top of that, we can create a very strong paperless layer, which actually supports the qualified signatures, and also with a payments layer on top of it, which actually support the efficient high-value fund transfers and very easy user interface either through the mobile phones, and a layer which is having a data sharing layer where the documents can be securely transferred with the consent of the customer themselves. So we have actually done that at scale within India. We have done the layer of presenceless layer. We have the digital identity or national identity, we call it as the Aadhaar, and which has been adopted by almost like 1.4 billion of the population. We call it as the Aadhaar. This has been enhanced with the possibility of a complete identity the speaker earlier was actually mentioning about, Jerry was actually mentioning about what India has actually done by having the biometric authentication. They have the fingerprints, the iris, and the facial recognition, and also the demographic details, including the mobile phone and the email address, so that any organization like a bank or a financial institution or a telecom company or an insurance company or a government institution can validate this user by using it through the APIs, and they will be able to get the details directly from the national ID system, through which this can be enhanced to the layer above, which is the paperless layer, where the documents can be directly signed by the customers directly, through which we have also done more than 125 billion e-authentications. And through that, we have done this, using this process, the use case which we have done, 300 million plus electronic ID-based, digital ID-based bank accounts has been opened. So we have also have more than 600 million plus e-signs happening, and payments is almost like 300 billion plus. And the documents, almost like 6 billion plus digital documents have been issued under this scheme and shared with various stakeholders within the system. So what are the existing challenges? If you are actually taking it in the financial sector, how can we do it in a micro, small and medium enterprise trade participation? So because in India, we have almost like 60 million micro, small, medium enterprises that almost produce 45% of the manufacturing output. By enabling this particular system, because the lack of verifiable business identity is actually required. We have also, in the morning presentation, we have understood how the legal identifier can provide or play a major role in this. The no easy way to get access to the credit scores, because as a person, we don't have access to the credit scores, bank data, and alternative sources of data by accessing the customer's credit worthiness. So the credit was very expensive. The agreement closures as a process which is actually taking time, and ability to integrate to the instant payment so that the loans can actually be processed directly into the systems like a rural population in India, because you still know that India is almost like a 1.4 billion population, almost like 60% still lives in the rural area. So India has actually done this with a very powerful method of digital public infrastructure. So over the period of almost close to 10 years down the line, we have implemented the digital public infrastructure as an independent layer, security layer, which actually connects the identity, the signature, the citizens' data, and the payments. It is through the open APIs and microservices. So this is the architecture which we have really done at scale, so that every organization, be it a bank or a financial institution or a micro lending company or an insurance company or a telco or even a government services or even enterprises like schools, colleges, judiciary, police department, all will be able to adopt this particular thing through this mechanism. So what we have really done is that we have created the e-sign layer, which actually has the capabilities of connecting to the national ID system in one way, but also with other ID systems. We can create an eKYC system by directly connecting to a tax identification number or a government-issued identification number, and also creating an eKYC directly done by the certificate service provider by actually completing the facial authentication and the liveness check. So this is moving into e-stamping, which is also having something like an e-seal, where we can have the contracts, can be the documentation which is being done, can be stored and can be retrieved at any point in time, so this contract can be validated at any point in time. So we have the unified payment interface where any person can be transacting with another person without even providing even the mobile number or even the bank account. within a split of a second. So that is the efficiency which we have brought in through a unified payment interface. And this is also been presented to other countries. India is actually presenting it to other countries, the usage of UPIs. Another component, we call it as the digital locker, which is almost equivalent to the digital ID wallet system, where the documents can be directly taken. Some example is like a university who is having their e-diplomas of a student, and tomorrow the student is passing out and going and joining to another company. The prospective employer can directly pull the diplomas directly from the university and validate this authenticity of the document, thus enabling the digital journey as well as mitigating the fraud of the diplomas. They are actually fraudulent diplomas also. And also we have the account aggregator, which allows the banks to share the data between the banks so they can provide the credit scores and provide easy loans. The e-governance scenario in India as part of the mission mode projects in the Digital India program, we are aiming to have a better transparency and quicker approvals. There are almost like 44 projects in the government to citizen. So government to government is largely digitized, but the government to citizen services are the things which we are taking it more, and the customer to citizen to government services interactions are actually making paperless. The projects includes the company administration, the taxes, the land records, police, public distribution, judiciary, to name a few. So some of the use cases, government use cases, we have actually seen some of those use cases, but these are being implemented in India at scale. The direct and indirect taxes having the tax filing system, the company administration, the foreign trade and the customs using it for electronic filing and for the import and export licenses, approvals and all. The civil aviations using it for issuing the licenses, the e-passport and immigration using it for issuing of the e-passports, national PKI, e-application and so on and so forth. The treasury departments, the police department is actually using it for filing electronic first investigation reports, for issuing police clearance certificate. The railways and transport is using it for e-ticketing. The health is actually using, we have heard some of those health use cases in the previous session. Electronic health records, the patient onboarding, e-prescriptions, and also in the smart cities where my Carter was actually mentioning about how PKI can be used for device authentication in the smart cities. So when we are actually doing, we have heard about how that can be adopted for the the MSME sector, the pain points, but we can really, this has been used by issuing 5 minutes loan to the same rural customer, where a customer can directly apply on the phone as a intent to apply for a loan, and the identity is being validated through eKYC models, and his data or his or her data will be checked from the digital locker, checked with the account aggregator for the credit worthiness, and through a marketplace where somebody want to give a loan to them, they can actually use the e-sign and e-stamping methods to actually have the contract created with the person, and through the UPI interface, the payment interface, they can push the loan to the person, and they can receive this within less than 5 minutes also. And through the same methodology, they will be able to repay the loan back to the creditor. So there are so many such use cases which has been adopted at scale by various large organizations. One of those largest banks, if you can actually imagine, there are more than 23,000 branches operating in India, and the customers more than 600 million. So we are catering to those type of volume-based banks where they are doing it for the customer onboarding, the digital lending, the channel onboarding, contract management, re-KYC, because the KYC need to be done on a periodical basis, the payments and remittances, and cash operations, credit card, debit card, and other channel applications. So there are other enterprise use cases also, ranging from the contract signing to payment authorization to e-invoicing. There are some unique use cases which I have seen from Vietnam. We have heard about that also. In Thailand also there are e-invoicing coming up, the authorizing of the shipments, trade documentation, design approval. So many use cases are there. We can have a case study in the large of ITS firm for more than 500,000 employees. They have actually done this at scale, where their majority of their internal processes, including their the employee onboarding, the issuance of the offer letters to the employees, the purchase orders, the invoices, their contracts, SLAs with their customers, all those things are completely digital. And this they have impacted with the procurement process becoming more than 75% faster. And they are able to seamlessly connect with more than 2,000 of their vendor contracts every year. They have issued almost like 400,000 plus POs in a year, and the transparency across those regions. And wherever the senior people are even traveling, the CXO need to be traveling, they can actually use their phone to do the digital signing as well. Interesting use cases in the pharma and healthcare segment, where the patient consent, the label change requests, and so on and so forth are being adopted in the pharma sector. And one of those largest case studies which we have done is the largest pharma in India, one of the top 3 largest pharmaceutical companies in India. They have adopted these e-signatures for filing CFR Part 21, which need to be filed to the FDA in the US. So we have done this at scale with various various use cases, various segments, industry segments across the board. And this will be able to prove as a the real proof to actually do that. The PKI can be adopted seamlessly and can provide the results at scale. So as a conclusion, we have actually seen that what are the advantages of a layered innovation, how this layered innovation based on the digital identity and verifiable claims can achieve results at scale. For that, what we require is to have the solutions for the paperless solutions, authentication, and integrated with the AI. We need to have the trained local resources who can understand the ecosystem very well. This is the forum, the Asia PKI forum, and such forums can actually enable this, platform very well, which can target those use cases across the e-government, BFSI, capital markets, e-commerce, manufacturing, logistics companies, healthcare, and so on and so forth. This can actually cater to the next generation digital transformation with a vision to improve ease of doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biju Varghese. Now we'll come to the panel discussion. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Vijay Manjunatha, Secretary General, as the moderator, and also 3 speakers to the stage. Please come to the stage, Mr. Carter Tan, Mr. Biju, Mr. Phùng Huy Tâm.
Very good evening. We come to the last session now, very interesting session on use cases, because this is what gives the result. Use cases is what has to be developed in this PKI world. And I think very wonderful presentation. Carter mentioned about the mobile PKI implementations, what they have done among many other initiatives. We also have VNDC show us a lot of use cases, very, very interesting use cases coming in Vietnam and how they are taken forward. And Biju Varghese mentioning about how India is growing with a lot of use cases and also what's happening around the world. Thank you very much for that. We'll start with Carter with a question. You mentioned about a very interesting use case of Thailand mobile PK implementation. I think about more than 100,000 users in that system. What are the lessons learned in terms of like cost savings, user experience, operational efficiency, and what else?
So I think in terms of the lessons learned from that overall experience is to ensure like a seamless transition because they were moving from one solution to a new solution. So you see, when you're moving from an existing legacy platform to a new platform, there will be definitely multiple resistance to change. So the education and user experience needs to be addressed well, especially like when they first started with the hardware tokens. I think getting the hardware tokens and replacing all these hardware tokens is always a problem and a challenge, not only just to the administrators, but also to the employees themselves because they can't perform their task. So I think what we have positioned or provided from our solutions perspective is that we are able to like drive a new change of culture for the organization itself to adopt self-service. I think one of the key things is really change the culture mindset. Well, rather than always reaching out to your IT administrators, which is just a couple of them, right, in most organizations, move towards a self-service centric and change the culture mindset of the users to actually start adopting like being able to self-help themselves to actually perform the necessary tasks that they need to. That's one of the very key things and a big lesson that they have learned. Yeah, and I think from the key takeaways, what they actually did also share was that they were also trying to explore what other key use cases that they can actually leverage on, not only just for mobile PKI, for authentication or like a secure transaction, but they want to explore how much more they can actually do so. So many organizations, when they purchase a solution, they will try to want to maximize the return of investment. So we have been trying to actively engage with the customer to understand what do they actually need so as to maximize, and also the ultimate outcome is to ensure that their organization is secure.
Thank you. Very interesting. Going to Mr. Tam, the organization VCDC, right? So a lot of initiatives, I think, by grouping the certifying authorities and looking into use cases, investing on the promotion of digital signature use cases, a lot of things happening to promote the use cases. What legal or policy measures you think would support in widespread use of digital signatures, maybe in like healthcare, education, finance? What do you feel what next to be done to increase the use cases?
Yes, thank you. As our experience for the time more than 10 times, 10 years, we deploy the PKI system and digital signature for the organizations or enterprise. So I think the most important is that the government and the area need to focus on priority of use of digital life. I mean that even the individual, the people, they know it's useful and it's easy, but if the government or if the supplier do not do the priority for the digital, so they will not go for the digital life fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Biju, what role do digital signatures play in enabling the verification of complex claims like, say, identity the banking transactions, right? So you mentioned a lot of improvement happening in the time taken to processing. So what you feel, what kind of advantages banking sector looked in adopting the digital signature solutions?
Thank you, Vijay. The experience goes when my personal experience from adopting through the central bank of the country. So there are complex processes. I think there are real-time gross settlement systems, centralized fund management systems. These are applications which were used for the core system of the monetary system of the country. But when it is actually, these are all interbank applications, and by default, there are security in place. The major transformation will actually happen when it directly gives the transformation directly to the end customers, the bank's customers. That is a way in which a bank is actually different from the other. So we have actually seen the example which I have shown on the screen is Monzo, which is a completely online bank. They don't have a branch at all. So customers are not even knowing that there is a branch. So there are trends which are happening where a digital branch is being opened and where all the functions of a bank is being performed by them. And like issuing cards, issuing credit cards or loans or processing, this entire thing is being done by them. But if you are seeing the background application, the country like India has actually moved to creating a financial switch by themselves by having this particular thing operating at scale from the back end. The clearing and settlement systems have actually been done. High value fund transfers been done within split of a second. So this is completely enabled through the usage of digital signatures. Even with the small value fund transfers also, the customers will be able to transfer to the other person with ease. The clearing times have completely reduced. Moving into the experience, I was actually explaining about the retail loans. The retail loans, if a person is requiring to apply for a loan, it can be processed within 5 minutes. So that is the advantage which the system has brought into the table. So, and also we can see capital markets, we can see that almost like 170 million demat accounts have been transferred or created in India. And this is primarily because the process of using the layered innovation of the identity layer and the paperless layer, they are able to create this demat account within a span of 5 minutes by adhering to the complete legal requirements of the regulators. So these are the advantages which it is brought to the table.
Very impressive. I think the large scale implementation have happened for billion people, right? So such is a scale. Coming back to Carter, you mentioned about this mobile PKI implementation. A couple of questions around there, because I remember speaking to Biju also, they offer some similar solution. What are the key challenges implementing this kind of mobile PKI at scale, especially you said replacing the hardware tokens with mobile solutions?
In terms of challenges, it really boils down back to how the organizations internally, what do they have existingly, because the transition piece is a challenge. However, like with, I think more and more organizations, including like certain banks itself, providing front-end services for customers, they are also trying to transit towards mobile PKI for some of them. So we have encountered some of the customers in the Asia region as well. So, okay, providing, well, it doesn't make sense to provide a customer with multiple apps just to authenticate to a mobile bank account, right? So that's where we actually have the need and a capability to provide customers with the mobile SDK to build and integrate their application as a form of an app to our authentication platform as well. So that makes it more seamless and a common platform for them to achieve what they want to achieve in a way, as to avoid too many disparate systems that may complicate their environment.
Just to continue that particular question, the challenges what we also heard from some of the participants is the availability of mobile devices and whether key residing on mobile is that secure, what happens if mobile is lost. I mean, do you face similar challenges when such implementations are made?
Yeah, we do like face certain resistance from certain customers as well, right? Especially their company policy or even their security teams. They have raised up such concerns in a way as well, right? However, like I think in terms from our end, what we can provide from our end is that a trusted, a secure SDK solution that actually does some of the native protections or checks. So when they use certain like our SDK to develop their super app itself, we do have like critical like security checks. For example, when you develop the app using our SDK, it will be able to perform like a jailbreaking and a root detection. It also prevents like a data obfuscation or any form of reverse engineering trying to find ways and means to hack into the app itself. So technically, those things are actually comes with the SDK itself, and it actually provides the capabilities to ensure that a secure app is actually developed and provide. That saying, there are also certain challenges. What are the other challenges is that certain organizations that we come across, they may not have a mobile device policy for their organization, right? There will be certain organizations that allow BYOD or COBOL. Well, if you're talking about like a small, medium enterprises, they may not have the, budget to actually acquire a mobile device management software. That is a key common problem that we see as well, right? However, if we are able to provide a secure app that is publicly available, right, and it provides the necessary capabilities of security to ensure that the app cannot be used or activated when it's detected as a jailbroken device, that meets with quite a fair bit of their security requirements. It makes it more simplified in a way as well, because they don't need to really invest on developing their own app. At the same time, they have certain security concerns. Those are being addressed by what are the capabilities that we have as well.
Okay, so do you generally have problem with like availability of compatible mobile devices in the user base, or is that what you're trying to mention?
In terms of compatibility wise, I think in terms of the ecosystem right now is commonly Android and iOS. So I don't think that is too much of an issue. I have so far not come across customers that are using like legacy devices such as Windows Mobile OS or even like a Java-based kind of systems. They may be still customers, but I think in terms of that, we will try to see how our other use cases that can be addressed using a mobile virtual smart card. Mobile virtual smart card, mobile PKI, is on a mobile device. However, we can look for alternative use cases that can address to similar needs if required, right? For example, if the users don't have mobile device, right? What can we replace? Maybe what's the specific use case? Maybe just for PC lock-on or so, right? They need a certain device to store their certificates so that they can perform their operational tasks at work, right? To sign, but you need to make sure that it's stored. Well, why not consider the TPM chip on a PC itself? So that is another alternative. So it really depends and boils down back to what are the things that they have as well.
Great. Thanks for that. Mr. Tam, you mentioned about, if I'm not wrong, about 13.5% of adult population using digital certificates in Vietnam, right? So, I mean, that's still a bigger number, even though we see 13 as a smaller number against 100. But what are the critical factors which led to that success? Is that like the adoption pushed by the government, or is that certifying authorities proactively implementing the use cases, or is that the users who demanded the implementation? So what has driven such a large scale implementation?
So the number is as I mentioned that it's now is it's in some area like in healthcare, in education, and some in the public procedure. So it's we will need to do more to make more effort so that we can widespread to the other area and to not only in some in some like in we for public transport, for study, for shopping, and everything. So I think, yeah.
Excellent. Can you tell us something more about the VCDC, Vietnam Certificate Authority, and Digital Transaction Club? Because we see all the certifying authorities coming together and driving the objective together. I mean, that's very interesting. And this is what we are trying to do as Asia PK Consortium across the region, right? So how is VCDC promoting digital signature usage?
Because we see that in the markets, we one side we need to we have to compete, but the other side we need to supply more more stuff that the user can have as small as possible and as easy as possible. So inside, beside the competitor, competitive, we do the together to study about the new technology and to help each other for the to easy the use. Yeah, so that's why we need the club for the promote our market.
Excellent, interesting. All moving forward together, very interesting. Thank you very much on that. Mr. Borges, I had a question because of the use cases you mentioned. You mentioned about some workflows as well. Do you see how AI and artificial intelligence and digital signatures can work together, mainly in automating document workflows and ensure compliance in because there are a lot of compliance for like healthcare, manufacturing, finance, right? So how do you see these going together?
Yeah, so we have actually seen a lot of use cases of AI. We had interesting discussion that whether it is good or bad. But as we see that there are a lot of good in AI also. But how can we move into the PKI system is having the security, identity of those AI systems. That is one thing which we can think about. But how can we leverage that in the document workflow system is a very interesting topic. Because as I also mentioned that there are so many documents which are actually flowing within the system. Even though there are digital systems which actually creates this workflows or the documents internally, but still there are lots and lots of documents if you take a large enterprise or even a medium enterprise within various departments, including the finance department, the legal departments, or HR departments, including the employee data, the vendor data, the supplier data. So many the documents are still be available. So can you create, take a simple example that we need to create a contract between two parties and they need to have certain segments which need to be created and the document need, the contract need to be created. So AI can actually help in creating this because it can also crawl from various systems. It can extract information which exactly is required for those particular contract, create those template easily, and then move into the workflows so that the signatories can actually do that. So, and also there are systems wherein if you are directly going to a customer data, where it's a retail loan scenario, wherein there are, as a customer, if I'm going to this bank to get a loan, and identifying me as a customer and my credit worthiness. So there can be multiple systems internally or external systems like a credit bureau, where there's these data are already available. So crawling through this data to create a meaningful outcome of all those things can be powered by this usage of AI. So the automated workflow systems actually gives a very powerful mechanism of easing out all these processes in one side, but enabling it with e-signatures and also the using the power of AI, this can be increased, the experience can be increased multifold.
Yes, I think user experience is what we heard
It's always
from
the key.
many speakers today, and I think that answers a lot. Coming back to Carter, how can governments and enterprises ensure seamless adoption of this emerging PKI technologies? Maybe one is mobile PKI. What we see in Vietnam is also a lot of remote signing service. How can they ensure seamless adoption of these upcoming technologies?
I think in terms of the adoption piece, based on what we see is that a lot is really from the top down, right? So when an initiative is being pushed down, I think the biggest thing will be the learning curve. I think for especially for any people, for example, like you're creating your own national identity solution, right? The adoption is typically well, the biggest challenge would be if your solution is too complex or complicated to use, it will actually turn off the people that are actually using, and they will be resistant to change, right? And I think in terms of how to move forward with the adoption is to show and well, not only just show, but also trial out in the organization itself on what are the benefits that they will physically experience, right? In terms of like how it will actually cut down the amount of effort that they will need to do things, right? From different stakeholders, ranging from the end user to the administrators and anyone else that is involved, right? So this will actually help in terms of adoption. And I think in terms the biggest challenge will always be the end users, I would say, because a change of culture will be always the toughest part. And well, I can also just quote, like, for example, like in Singapore, when we started off with SingPass, we also faced this key challenge. A lot of our old people, the older generation, also had this same challenge as well. It's hard for them to pick up, especially the mobile device and smart technology. And I think that's why I think the top down from that context will be the Singapore government actually do quite a fair bit of outreach, advertising, right, to senior citizens as well within the community to actually guide them on how to make sure they will be able to use it. Yeah.
Excellent. I think again it comes to user experience, but compared to hardware tokens, what was conventionally used, remote signing service, mobile PKI are much better from user experience standpoint, and that should not be a challenge.
Especially when you lose that hardware token and you need to repurchase it, that's another cost. But the thing is to reprovision it again and well, get all those things done. You are not only taking up the time of yourself, but you're also getting eating up the time of the administrator who has to help you to get everything done. Otherwise, you can't do your work, which is the painful part for quite a fair bit of people when they actually experience this.
Great. Thanks. Coming back to Mr. Tam, speaking about use cases, again, Vietnam has seen significant growth in digital signatures, particularly in organizations, right? So a lot of use cases you mentioned about. Do you see use cases coming in cross-border examples? Like, do you see any bigger market for Vietnam certifying authorities in cross-border use case?
Yeah, I think we think about that, and actually our NEAC do they try to to get the integration, interoperation between our CA, our root CA, our national root CA, and other country. But it takes time because the policy of some big guy like Microsoft. So, but I think in the near future, after the NEAC got the bridge, so we will follow.
Excellent. Thank you. I think we had a great panel. Any questions from audience here? Any questions to the panel? Are there any questions that we should take with the panel? Okay. If not, I think we are at the end of the session. Versatile panel, thanks for all the session and the Q&A, what you have done. Excellent. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Akum Majutanatha, and also thank you, three speakers for the panel discussion. Kính thưa quý vị.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, after a fruitful working session, our forum, PKI and Trust Framework has successfully concluded. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Srinavan, Chairman of PKI, Chairman of Asia PKI Consortium, to deliver the closing remarks. Xin chào tất cả quý vị, và chúng ta đã có những cái session vô cùng là thú vị liên quan đến gọi là khung
and then the use cases. So within each session we had very good speakers. So on the policy and legal framework session, Jennifer covered about the policy and legal framework in the Philippines and also the use cases in the Philippines. It was a wonderful presentation. Then the next session was Digital Vietnam powered by its trust ecosystem. In that, Mr. Le Nam Han, I don't know I am pronouncing correctly or not. So he covered about the legal position in Vietnam and also the use cases in Vietnam. And the third presentation was about the trusted organizational identity and its impact on trade and finance. Mr. Stephen Wolf, Chair of the Industry Advisory Board of ICCDSI Germany, he covered about that. He emphasized the need for organizational identity and particularly covered about the legal entity identifier, LEI, and how LEI can be used in the identification of the organization. So that was covered in the first part of the sessions. Then in the second part, the technology and standards part, Mr. Campbell Covey covered about the UK trust framework. So he covered extensively on the UK trust framework and what is there in the framework. Then Mr. Jin Won Shin covered about the South Korean PKI and the compliance world and various types of digital signatures, everything being issued in the South Korea, that was also covered. Then coming to the next session, Mr. Nguyen Tan Pong, he explained about the VNPT and also how they service and what are all the services they provide in the Vietnamese landscape. So that was also an interesting presentation. Then Mr. Jerry Xu, Chief Technology Officer of Autmi, He provided about the various forms of digital IDs and also explained how they perform digital identification across the world, and they provide service to many countries and about the ID validation. So that was also quite interesting. And in the next set of presentation on the use cases, Mr. Carter Tan, he covered about the Nexus extensively, what Nexus is doing and what is their framework, both in the individual signature as well as solution, and also in the IoT area, what they are doing. So that way he covered extensively about the Nexus and their operation. And then in the next presentation, Mr. Phung Huy Tam, he covered about the what Vietnam is doing and how effort of public CA in promoting personal digital signature in Vietnam. So, and then how in Vietnam they have all the CAs have grouped together and how they are promoting the adoption of the digital signature in India, that he covered. Then Biju Varghese, he explained in detail about the Indian landscape and how India has adopted the digital signature ecosystem at a very big scale. So that was explained by him. Then all these three sessions were well moderated by Vijay Kumar Manjunatha. So he moderated it very well. So I would like to thank each and every speaker for giving their views and extensively covering on this PKI related topics, so that the audience can understand about what is happening in various countries and can benefit out of that and maybe implement in their own areas or their own countries, or some of the improvements can be done. So that way, I think this forum and today's symposium was mutually beneficial to everyone in understanding the perspective from various countries, use cases from various countries, and what can really be achieved in each country. So that way it was very useful. This is what I feel. So we had a wonderful 2 days. Yesterday was the GAC meeting and today is the symposium. So with that, I would like to once again thank each and every one of you for attending this, and also wish you, for all of you, wish you happy weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and also for the international speakers, wish you a happy journey back home. So with that, I would like to thank you once again, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Please stay on the stage, then we will, excuse me. Yeah, thank you very much. Then please still stay here, and I will invite speaker. Now I would like to invite all speakers of today will go to the on stage and get the souvenir from our chairman. And, sau đây thì tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời tất cả các diễn giả của ngày hôm nay lên sân khấu để nhận kỷ niệm chương của ban tổ chức.
First we'll have Jennifer, please. Yes.